All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the Administrative and Finance Committee meeting for January 23rd, 2025. And before we get started, a few comments from our chair, Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. We are about to get started, but I did want to start off our first meeting of the new year with some brief comments.
Mistakes. Question. Do I need to fill that out if it's none?
Yes.
I didn't even see it.
You just need to X that and
Start.
Okay.
Here you go.
Okay.
That you may see several new faces in the room, and I want to extend a warm welcome to all of our new board members. Welcome to the San Diego County Water Authority. We will do. Sorry, my bad. You guys got me now. Again, I just want to acknowledge that we have several new board members in the room. Welcome to the San Diego County Water Authority. We will do the formal stuff this afternoon, but I think it's always important that we take a moment just to welcome you all as we begin today. And I hope that you know that I look forward to your contributions as we tackle this important work ahead. I also want to acknowledge that this will be our first meeting with new committee leadership, as well as several new appointees to our external regional bodies. And so I just want to thank all of you who are stepping into these roles. Your guidance and perspective will be critical to me as we navigate the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. And I'm confident in your ability to help steward the important work of this agency. So as we begin the new year, I'm reminded of the core reason that I think binds us all to being here, to serve the people of our region and ensure a safe and clean water supply for them. And together, I know that we can advance the priorities of the people that we represent. And so again, I'm looking forward to each of you. Happy New Year. Thank you all for being here. And with that, I'm proud to turn it over to our new chair of the Administrative and Finance Committee, Chair Abdullahi.
All right, thank you so much, Chair Serrano, and you pronounced that correctly. That will be the first order of business. I'm kidding. So as we begin today's meeting, I would like to just take a moment to really recognize those who've been impacted by the recent fires here in San Diego and up our neighbors in the LA area. Our thoughts are with the families, the individuals, and the communities that have been affected. And also would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the first responders and firefighters who have worked tirelessly and courageously to protect lives and property during these difficult times. And moving on to our agenda, as we discuss the items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker button, and speakers who are part of the committee, of course, will be called on first. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. Nicole, do we have quorum?
Chair Abdullahi.
Here.
Vice Chair Arant.
Here.
Vice Chair Yamani.
Here.
Directors Acosta. Croucher.
Here.
Ike. Hilliker.
Here.
Boyd Hodgson.
Here.
Leahy.
Here.
Norman.
Here.
Quaylen.
Here.
Serrano.
Here.
Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn.
Here.
Chair Abdullahi, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I do not have any additions to the agenda at this time. I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any items listed on the ANF committee agenda.
I will check the Zoom waiting room. If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'll move on to the chair's report. Again, Happy New Year, everyone. And as we start a new year, I want to really just take a moment to acknowledge the challenges ahead, but also embrace the opportunity for us to work collaboratively together and advance the goals of this agency. And as your new chair of ANF committee, I wanted to share my excitement to chair this committee. Thank you to Chair Serrano, as well as the officers, for this opportunity. And it's a trust that I do not take lightly. So one, thank you, Gary. I appreciate you and your leadership for the past 2 years, and I'll miss our little corner over there as I'm here with Leahy and the team over there. I look forward to having a collaborative and deliberate discussions. She's not going to be pushing my buttons when I'm up here, that's for sure. So a few things to kind of keep in mind to make sure that our meeting is going to run as smoothly as possible. Please use the speaker button to be called on, whether to add to the discussion or to make a motion when we get to the motion making part. And please do not shout from the floor. Your speaker button will suffice unless there's technical difficulties that we do have. I've shared with staff that when possible, I would like to highlight staff accomplishments to the board. I think that's really, really important. And on that note, the Girl Scouts San Diego hosts an annual Cool Woman celebration honoring exemplary women whose personal and professional lives make them consummate role models for girls and the community of San Diego. This year, our very own Lisa Marie Harris, our Director of Finance and Treasurer, will be one of the 2025 San Diego Girl Scouts Cool Woman honored at the event, which will be held on March 14th at the Marriott. Congratulations, Lisa Marie. Now, I want to see if there's any comments from our vice chairs or the directors who are part of this committee. And are there any director comments?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arant.
I want to second your comments about the first responders and the things that are happening in Los Angeles. It's a true tragedy, but hopefully the LA will rise out of that. I just have to report how very happy I am that I just realized sitting here that I'm about 50 pounds lighter because I'm not chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Arant. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. This month's consent agenda includes staff recommendation to note and file the monthly treasurer's report. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Second. Please use your speaker buttons. All right, Director Leahy.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
A second.
I'll let it go. We're going to use our speaker buttons, please. A second by Director Hilliker, Vice Chair Hilliker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The item passes. All right. So we have two presentation items today. First, I will hand it over to Leanna White, our Budget and Treasury Manager, to present on fiscal years 2026 and 2027 budget development. Go ahead, Leanna. Take it away.
Thank you. Good morning. So we're here today to kick off the budget development for fiscal years 26 and 27. Over the next several months, we'll be presenting the budget information to the board to discuss, review, and provide input leading up to consideration for adoption in June for the fiscal year beginning July 1. So today I'm going to be providing an overview of the Water Authority's budget framework, of the revenues and expenditures, and highlighting some accomplishments from the past 18 months. I'm also going to review some key factors that could impact the budget for fiscal years 26 and 27 and provide a schedule for the next several months of development. Our primary focus today is to gather input from the board on the budget development. Can you go back one, please? Thank you. Our primary focus today is to gather input from the board on budget development. In previous years, we've heard requests from the board to provide input on the capital improvement program and the operating departments with items like professional services and memberships, just to name a few. So we're really looking for some of those items of interest and areas that we can focus on during development. So the Water Authority develops a budget on a cash basis, meaning we recognize revenues and expenditures when cash is received and dispersed. This is contrary to how we develop the controller's report. So the base of accounting is on an accrued basis. So when you see the controller's report and the financial statements, it's on an accrued basis. The chart on the screen shows the Water Authority's revenues, with water sales as the largest component of budgeted revenues at 70%. So the amended budget for expenditures of the $1.8 billion incorporates the modifications directed by the board during the midterm budget process. In addition, we committed to keeping 5 positions vacant throughout the remaining of the fiscal year, and those still remain vacant. The categories that make up the majority of expenditures are water purchases and treatment, with the largest at 63%, followed by debt service and CIP expenditures. So to highlight some accomplishments, the Water Authority, along with Imperial Irrigation District and Metropolitan Water District, entered into 2 water exchange agreements, one at the end of 2023 and another just last month. These agreements, designed to boost water levels in Lake Mead, not only help California meet conservation obligations, but also are projected to save the Water Authority $15 to $20 million with each agreement. Savings from the December 24 agreement will be applied to the 26 wholesale water rates. While partnering with others, the Water Authority and delegates succeeded in lowering MWD's adopted rates, which were anticipated to save the Water Authority and member agencies more than $9 million in calendar year 25. We also settled detachment, securing $25 million from Fallbrook and Rainbow. In addition, Fallbrook and Rainbow agreed to pay all costs related to the decommissioning of Water Authority facilities that won't be used post-detachment. Working with the board last year, rates were brought down from a high forecast to a 14% effective rate increase. This included the delay of 1 CIP project and a $2 million reduction to operating. In addition, there was development of a prepayment pilot program allowing member agencies to reduce the rate by 1.5% from next year's bill by prepaying fixed costs for calendar year 24, or in calendar year 24, excuse me. We do have 4 agencies that are currently participating. We received over $32 million in prepayments, allowing for an increase in Water Authority cash flows and current fund balances. In partnership with Coachella Valley Water District and the San Luis Rey Indian Water Authority, the Mid-Canal Storage Project on the Coachella Canal was completed, and the completion of this project is projected to save the Water Authority $10 million in long-term repair costs. And in June, the U.S. Department of Interior awarded the Water Authority $19.4 million for the permanent upgrades to the seawater intake at the Carlsbad Desalination Plant. The project provides modifications to the initial intake and discharge operations, along with construction of a new screening structure to protect sea life. And the grant funds were applied to the calendar year 25 rates. So as we look forward to developing 26 and 27, there are some areas of focus and items that could impact budget development. Throughout the process, we will continue to evaluate opportunities for equity and affordability for water ratepayers. These opportunities could also come from legislation and outreach at the local, state, and federal levels. System reliability and management, including operational changes or capital improvements, could have impacts on development for 26 and 27. In addition, there are unknown economic and financial pressures that could impact the upcoming budget. This includes any new legislation impacting costs of materials or the cost of borrowing going forward. We're in the market daily and work closely with our financial advisors and external investment manager to monitor the market. And lastly, we're looking at organizational priorities and management strategies to generate long-lasting solutions for the Water Authority and the region. As the community work plans are developed, we hope to incorporate these goals and objectives into the budget. So over the next several months, we'll be delivering and presenting information to the board for discussion, review, and consideration leading up to June. In March, we'll deliver draft budget information to the board 2 weeks prior to the board meeting, where we will discuss and present the draft budget. In April, we will present refined budget information for discussion, and the April information will incorporate any changes as needed from the March draft. On May 6th and 8th, we have 2 public budget workshops scheduled to review and discuss the recommended budget with a follow-up and discussion at the May board meeting. In June, the budget will be brought to the board for consideration for adoption. And that, Chair, concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Liana. Are there any questions or comments from directors? All right, so we have Director Leahy and then Director Steiner.
Thank you, and I will add that I have full access to your buttons and will use them as I wish. Thank you for this, and I really appreciate hearing that we'll be getting the documents in advance prior to the budget workshops. obviously, my same comments, I say them kind of every month, but one thing that I would like to see is a little bit more of a refined operating budget. We continue to see a underspending in that, and then directing where that excess would go in that delta. So I think we're still tracking about 9-10% underspent, and we've finished every year over the last couple of years in the same track. I did have a question for when we develop the CIP budget and associated with the rates. Is it that, are we developing a CIP budget and then developing the rates to fit that CIP budget, or are we developing the rates and then fitting the CIP budget within those rates? Is there?
Thank you. I'll take the question with regard to the CIP budget and the rates. Last year, when the rates were adopted, there was direction from the board to accept the moderate risk CIP suite that was provided to the board. That same suite and that same concept is being used to develop the CIP that will be part of the budget.
Okay, thank you. So then the rates will reflect what was modeled last year. Okay. And so the other item that I was just going to ask is just to make sure that we're modeling our rates and everything that we had put together last year, and that that's moving forward into this year's projections. And there was one more, and now I'm forgetting it because I didn't write it down. Well, I guess those will be my items for now. If I remember what the other item was, I'll email it. But I think those are the big items. I just want to make sure we're trying to stay on track. Oh, the other item is I again want to ask that it's not part of the budgets necessarily, but I would advocate to this board that we consider doing a 2-year rate increase to align with our 2-year budget process, and have those mirror each other and not be doing the rates every year. So I think that would help with all of this board's effort, the staff effort, to be able to develop those and only do them on an every other year basis. Those would be the priorities that I'd look for this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Leahy. Director Steiner?
Thank you. The 19.4 million federal government funding for the Carlsbad desalination plant, Bureau of Reclamation, is that money already in hand?
By June, we'll have the money in hand. We can double check that.
And
for you, too.
is it part of the infrastructure bonds, or it's separate from that?
I don't know the particulars, but I can find out and follow up with you.
The only reason I'm asking is that we have clear indication, at least from the speaking that's occurred recently, that some of those funds will now no longer be available. And so
we could follow up on that and find out for sure.
Okay.
It was awarded in June, and I don't know the particulars of any agreement.
Right.
So.
Well, and there's also some talk of clawback, a little less talk about that, but this actually, no contract's been signed at this point or anything like that. So I do think that's something that we need to look into, at least as nicely as I'm saying this from what I heard.
Yeah, those are some of those unknown impacts.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Steiner. Director McMillan?
Yes, thank you. And on that grant, it sounded like a lot of money, but that project was $325 million, so hopefully anything is helpful. My first question is, basically, where are we? I mean, I know that some board members have expressed a zero rate increase. I mean, when you're looking sort of at the budget for Helix's edification, are we looking at about a 14-16% raise this year?
The first rates presentation will be done in March, so this is just kicking off the budget. But Pierce, I don't know if you want to touch base on that.
So in terms of the analysis that was last done, we just implemented or just completed the 5-year look ahead, and rate estimates were provided in that. And so that estimate was in the 16% range for next year. But we'll continue to revise that as we get new inputs from the budget, information, discussion from the board, and updated water sales.
No, then, and we thank you because, you know, that retail agencies, that's a sensitive item.
Thank you, Director McMillan. Director Freehoff?
Great, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I am new to the board, so I'm just trying to get clarification on a couple of things. If you go to slide number 8, in the last bullet, it says organizational priorities and management strategies to generate long-lasting solutions. So I kind of have a question a little bit, if that could be elaborated a little bit, because I know one of our priorities has to be looking at our water supply mix. If we're going to have any long-term solutions in regards to affordability, when you look at 63% of our expenditures are on supply and treatment, we really need to look at that mix of resources and make it more adaptable for climate change in wet and dry years, and also because our demands are so low. So I'm hoping that that is one of the priorities or the strategies to generate long-lasting solutions in regards to affordability. But I would like clarification on that. Thank you.
Director Freehoff, you're absolutely right. What we're doing on the Colorado River and with desal and trying to balance or rebalance that resource mix is exactly what's kind of encapsulated in that bullet point. The new resource strategy work group that Chair Serrano has put together, I think that will be the starting point as we move forward with discussions on those items. So that would be the touch point for that.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers on the queue. All right, Chair Serrano.
First off, I wanted to go last just to make sure that other directors got the opportunity to speak. From the City of San Diego's perspective, we are going to certainly provide in writing to the Water Authority our specific budget priorities, which we will copy the board on, and we expect to do that within the next month or so, just to sort of lay out where we sit. Our City Council just recently convened to conduct a hearing on the pass-through that we approved a couple months ago. And I can tell you that from the city's perspective, and particularly why I wanted to get up and speak today, was just to not let it go unsaid in this conversation. I note that as part of the priorities, the first one notes affordability, but I do want to vocalize that the city of San Diego is greatly concerned about affordability to its ratepayers, as evidenced by our mayor and the conversation from our city council just the other day. So I just want to make sure that that is expressed. I certainly do not envy the position of Water Authority staff as they put together this Venn diagram of affordability, maintaining our infrastructure, and making sure that we have the ability to deliver water. So I just want to say that I know that they're working hard to make that possible for us. But I do just want to make clear that we do have some great concerns about affordability, and so we will be making our priorities in writing and share that with the authority and look forward to the work ahead. But I just wanted to make sure that I vocalize that I think all of us in this room are concerned about affordability, and so we'll be doing that work as the months continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Serrano. Just to really kind of highlight, I know the discussions that we're going to have in the next couple of months is going to be difficult, especially as it relates to the budget that we'll be voting on in June. But I also want to really ground ourselves in the accomplishments that we've been able to get far now, and so now it's a matter of let's get further. And I encourage our member agencies to meet with staff during this process to make sure that we're having as much discussion as possible in regards to this, so that we can move efficiently on this in regards to being able to get to June and being able to vote on a budget together. So really encouraging our agencies to meet with the staff. The staff is here at your disposal to answer questions, and then also to hear what your priorities are and what your concerns are as well. So thank you so much for that, Chair Serrano. Obviously, the city will be doing that, and encourage other member agencies to be able to do that as well. I don't see any other speakers on queue, so we'll move on to our next item on the agenda. And before staff presents the review and discussion of existing financial policies, I would like to turn it over to Tish, our Deputy General Manager and Chief Operating Officer, for some opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Director Abdullahi, Chair Abdullahi. Before we start talking about the board's policies on the financials, I wanted to just set some framework with regard to why this item is in front of the board. So first of all, these policies are ever-changing based on the needs of the agency and legal and regulatory requirements. And so this is a pause to look at those and see if they continue to meet the needs of the organization. Policies are typically looked at with regard to the long-range financing plan. As we've talked about with regard to future schedule, that's currently programmed to happen in the fall. And so there was a desire on the part of the officers to look at the policies in advance of that. And so that's why they are here today. Today is an informational item where staff will provide you an overview of those policies that would have been looked at as part of the long-range financing plan to provide you some framework and context to provide staff direction on any policies which you would like us to bring back with some analysis to look at potential changes if that is the desire of the board. These policies support three things, and I like the concept of Chair Serrano's Venn diagram, and we'll imagine that as I present these to you. The first is the policies support the lowest cost of debt. We are a debt-funded organization. We're a heavily infrastructure organization, and as such, because we have pipes in the ground and pump stations and all those things that last hundreds of years, we secure debt to make sure there's intergenerational equity associated with that. So we look at the lowest cost of debt. Second, we look at increasing our non-rate revenue. Every dollar that we can receive that isn't from our ratepayers, in order to help pay for those three important things that Chair Serrano mentioned that we need to do: support affordability, maintain our infrastructure, and deliver safe and reliable water. Every single dollar we get from non-rate revenue is a dollar we do not have to collect from our ratepayers. And then third, they support rate smoothing while also avoiding any unnecessary rate increases. And so that's currently what the policies support. They've evolved, as I said, to meet the changing needs of the organization as well as legal and regulatory requirements. So with that, staff and advisors from Montague, DeRose and Associates will provide you an overview of the policies. And so off to you, Lisa Marie.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Abdullahi, and congratulations on your appointment. And good morning to all the Board of Directors. I'm Lisa Marie Harris, the Finance Director of the Water Authority, and we'll be joined with Pierce Rossum, the Financial Planning Manager, along with our Financial Advisor, Corey McCullough from Montague DeRose. And so as Tish has highlighted, we'll be providing an overview of the Water Authority's financial policies and hopefully provide a really good discussion on the role of those policies. And the ultimate goal of the policies is to achieve a healthy financial organization for the Water Authority. So next slide. So the Water Authority's financial policies are aimed at bolstering our health, our resilience, but most important, as Tish has noted, is to minimize the cost of capital. Why is that important? Well, we have a whole lot of debt. We have $2 billion outstanding debt that's out in the market every day, and those annual debt payments account for 17% of the Water Authority's budget. And 17% is a large portion of anybody's budget, and it's certainly more than most of our peers. And that's why the staff are so heavily focused on trying to figure out techniques and strategies on minimizing that cost of debt. And with that in mind, the board has directed the staff to issue bonds early 2026. So with the new money issue, it's forthcoming in the very near future. We want to get the lowest cost of debt when we issue those bonds. And so having the most strength in the financial policies, we can secure the lowest cost of debt. And Leanna did mention that there is a lot of uncertainty with the new administration, and so we'll have to be monitoring, again, how do we strategically access the market so that we can have the lowest cost of debt. I mean, there's also currently floating around that the administration might take away tax exemption from all local and state government. And hopefully that won't occur, but if it does, we want to make sure we get into the market before that decision is made. So it's definitely going to be a fluid process, and we still want to do everything we can to minimize the cost of capital. Next slide. Just to remind you all, what does our debt load look like? This is the pie chart. 81% is long-term. The balance is variable or short-term debt. And again, it's about 17% of the overall annual budget. Next slide. So how did we get here? We are a very infrastructure investment related organization. That's what we do. We build infrastructure. And these are some of the highlights of some of the projects that we've made. The good news is that unlike some of our peers that are still entering into long-term new infrastructure, our infrastructure projects going forward are mostly focused on asset management and maintaining our overall debt. So we don't foresee big major debt load because we have already invested into our infrastructure, and we're really just trying to maintain our infrastructure and really take advantage of refinancings and refund outstanding debt so that we can achieve those savings. And in fact, one of the largest refunding opportunities forthcoming is the plant refunding, and that's around $500 million. And once the interest rates drop a little bit more, we hope to get into that market and save maybe up to $80 million. Half of that money is our money, so it'll be approximately $40 million. And there was some great news. The Fitch rating agency did upgrade the plant and the pipeline bonds from BBB to A-. So that would really bolster the refunding savings when we go to market. But with that, I'll turn it over to Pierce, and then he'll turn it over to our financial advisor.
Good morning. Pierce Rawson, Financial Planning Manager here at the Water Authority. So just picking up where Lisa Marie left off, talking about all the investments that we've made. A lot of that debt was issued with 30-year debt. So as that infrastructure was generally built in the early 2000s, we'd expect, by the 2030s, 2040s, that infrastructure, that debt service payment falls off. And that's what's demonstrated here by this graphic, that you can see generally a pretty level debt service. It bumps up a little bit here in the next, in 2026 with the anticipated debt issue that Lisa Marie just spoke to, demonstrated by those light blue bars up at the top, but generally hovering around the $135 million or so level debt service. That's nice because that's how we've structured our debt. You can see these individual series kind of bounce around in terms of how much is being paid each individual year, but that's just in terms of trying to layer and make sure we don't get a rate spike due to debt service. In the mid-2030s, you can see that debt starts to really drop off, going from about $150 million down to $120, and then a bigger drop off in the late 2030s. And we do anticipate to continue to issue new debt for generational equity and to make sure that new debt, as we have new pipelines and those types of things that are rehabbed, that debt service matches and mirrors the useful life of that project, that asset. So we're not collecting dollars for 20 years to pay for something that's going to last the next 50. We really want to balance who's paying for what service. With this debt load that we have, there continue to be a lot of opportunities. Most of the opportunities in the future are refundings or refinancing opportunities, to put into more homely terminology with refinancing of a mortgage. Generally what happens is you issue a 30-year debt, you've got a 10-year call date, so you can't call the debt, you can't refund the debt for that first 10-year period. Some of our debt that was issued in 2015, 2016, and so on starts to be callable as we go forward. So a lot of the blue bars that you see will be existing debt that can be called and refunded. We don't extend the term of that debt. If we have 20 years left on that debt, we refund at 20 years, continuing that same term, same end date. We only do so to yield interest rate savings. So if we can go from a 4% rate down to a 3.25% rate, we absolutely take advantage of that. We do have some commercial paper facilities that will be coming to the board here in the next couple of months for the 2025 Bank of America revolver for the commercial paper program. And you'll see that from time to time as we generally do 3 to 5 year facilities with those programs. This was shared earlier, but just continuing to talk about why these financial policies are so critical. It's really because the debt service is that second biggest piece of the pie. And we want to have every tool in the tool chest in order to be able to mitigate that cost. The better the policies we have, the stronger financially we are, more opportunities surface because of that strong rating, and we're able to lower that debt service. And if we need to issue new debt for that infrastructure reliability, we are able to do so at a low cost rather than a higher cost. We've worked with the board over many decades. I haven't been here for all of those decades, but I've been here for at least almost a decade and a half, helping forge some of these policies. But these have really been consistent, high-level frameworks that really provide the guardrails for what this board looks to do with these principles, these policies that are set forth and solidified by the board. A lot of these are kind of high level in terms of contribute to making a AA rating or better, right? That's a nice lofty goal saying, hey, let's have a good credit score so when we do need to issue debt, when we can refund, it's there. A lot of them talk about legal requirements, cost of service requirements, equity. Those are always top of mind for us as well. We want to make sure that the person who's paying for it is the person receiving the service. And we don't want last year's generation paying for next year's infrastructure. And so all of those considerations go into these policies, and these aren't unique to the Water Authority by any measure. These are many policies that you have at your own agency that are industry standards, and we're continuing to meet those industry standards as well as the legal requirements. Now, going a little bit deeper now into reserves and their functions, a lot of this is detailed in our long-range financing plan. The purpose of that document is really just kind of what is the big picture moving forward and how do we anticipate funding that? Is it rates? Is it debt? What type of mix? We also have very detailed flow of funds that are identified. And so here's just kind of talking about high level. We've got an operating reserve, and that generates the majority of the money. That's where, kind of like your household checking account, most of the inflows go into that specific account, and that's where we fund the rate stabilization fund. That's where we fund stored water. That's where we fund all the operating expenses. Specifically pulled from the long-range plan is this table. So you've got your operating fund, you see sources and permitted uses, and for each of the funds. And this isn't a holistic view. We do have some other minor funds, but for the most part, these are the primary flow of funds. Most of them come from the operating fund. So when you look at the stored water account or the, more importantly, the rate stabilization fund, you see that that primary revenue stream is operating fund transfers. At the end of the year, we take what we may have left of net water sales and make transfers into the rate stabilization fund. We can, permitted expenditures, send that back to the operating fund to buoy our debt service coverage ratio. We have some dedicated revenue streams that are really identified for PAYGO or for infrastructure. So we've got our capacity fees. Those are one-time fees. We've got a standby charge that's on the tax assessment. Those are dedicated streams to infrastructure. They can only be used for infrastructure purposes. They cannot be used for operating funds. So when we talk about the flow of funds, there's more detail that's on the bullets, but really just graphically, we've got rates, we've got investments that Tish spoke about, we've got income from outside sources as well as grants. All of that flows into the operating fund, and then from there flows to the rate stabilization or equipment replacement fund. Graphically, again, we've got capacity charges that go directly to the PAYGO fund, and then when we issue debt, that goes to the construction fund. Debt issues can only be used for infrastructure, and so we're funding items out of that. And then sometimes, time to time, we don't do it often, but we have a debt service reserve that is dedicated to a specific series for that. Now, before I toss it over to Corey, just want to kind of tee it up a little bit more for her. So the highlights of the financial policies that we have, I think the two most important to the board here in terms of the conversation we've had is the 1.5 times debt service coverage ratio. So you'll see that as DSCR, so debt service coverage ratio. That's really just how much do we need to earn above and beyond in order to support variability in rate revenue and make sure that we have enough, despite that variability, to pay our debt service. And so at a 1.5 times, we generate that cash. But that cash doesn't have a direct expense to it. So when we go over the 1 times coverage, that 0.5 goes to support capital. So when we're talking about a debt service coverage ratio and a debt service target, that 0.5 times coverage is then directly used for our pay-go fund. Right? We generate more revenue, assuming rates come in as planned, and that's a big if, but it supports capital funding, and it also supports those ratings in terms of refundings and new debt. The 150 days of cash is another tool that we have, another kind of bolster of financial position that really is there to support ratings, so they understand that we have money in the bank if there's a fire, emergency, a drought, that we have some liquidity at the ready. And so really having that fiscal flexibility is the primary purpose of that 150-day target. Then we also have some other things that are legally required, so our debt management and disclosure policies. We've got board policies in terms of maintaining a AA rating or better, and that's really to avoid additional unnecessary increases. When every dollar counts, we don't want to spend unnecessary dollars on higher interest. We'd rather the ratepayer pay the lowest cost for that infrastructure. And then Corey will get into some of the other ones as we go further down, but really smooth and predictable rates, supporting generational equity, that's the focus that we have. Now, when we talk about 150 days of cash, I'll touch this, and then Corey will touch the coverage calculation. Days of cash is volatile. We don't have uniform expenditures throughout the year. And we anticipate, as you may see on the graph, this is monthly days of cash, that during most months, we see a build to the days of cash. And we see that build of days of cash really getting there for the April debt service payment. That April debt service payment's nearly $100 million. That's $100 million of cash that leaves our coffers overnight. And so we want to see the build going into that. So hovering right around that 150 days of cash like we were in the in 2022 and 2023, that was a better position. But because we had weakening water sales and underperformed in terms of what we set rates to generate, you can see that in 23 to 24, so fiscal 24, we were no longer hovering at that line, we were well below it. And you can see again another large debt service payment there in April 2024. With the rates and reserves coming in, you can see that we finally bumped up, get above that 150 days of cash here in December 2024. But that really reflects two kind of anomalistic things that we don't typically expect. One was the water deal in terms of being reimbursed for that double payment of water. So that was received early, and we were able to reflect that here. Also, the other thing is that $32 million of upfront payment. That upfront just quickens when we get that revenue. Rather than having it spread out over 12 months, we had it all deposited in a single month. And so without that $32 million being upfront, we wouldn't have met the 150 days, but you can see that that 150 days, this provides that additional liquidity that program was designed to provide. So with that, I'm going to toss it over to Corey to talk more about coverage and policies.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Pierce. For everyone here, my name is Corey McCullough. I'm a managing director with Montague DeRose and Associates. We're one of the municipal advisors to the Water Authority. And so picking up the presentation here, talking about coverage and how it's been negatively impacted by the underperformance in water sales. As you've heard throughout the presentation, coverage is a measure of the financial resources an organization has to meet its debt service obligations. And for the Water Authority, the board target is 1.5 times. This coverage ratio has been met in recent years, but that's largely due in part to draws on the Rate Stabilization Fund, which are reducing the Rate Stabilization Fund to the board level as well. And the challenge that we see here is that the cash is not coming into coverage from operations. And if any of these targets are lowered or changed, to be lower than they are now, that cash is not going to be available, and it could result in additional borrowing in the near, intermediate, or even long term to help support operations of the Water Authority. We also note that the 1.5 coverage target, that's going to be different when you see the coverage calculated in rating agency presentations. Specifically, Moody's and Fitch do not give you credit for the Rate Stabilization Fund transfers when they calculate their coverage. That means the coverage, as reported by the rating agencies, is going to look thinner, and it could pressure your ratings towards downward negative rating action. Next slide. Oh, can you use this? Okay, perfect. So moving on, specifically what the board adopted policies are here to do is they're here to balance regulatory compliance, financial stability, and help to manage the cost of capital, all while reducing and maintaining rates and charges, and also helping the Water Authority maintain its AA+ ratings. We want to note that the policies are not out of date. They are reviewed regularly, and we will make updates, or we will recommend updates as municipal advisors when market standards or rating criteria change, or when the Water Authority, let's say, is in a different part of its business cycle. So for example, when Lisa Marie was talking earlier about the investments that the Water Authority made to help support supply diversity back about 10, 15 years ago, we'll notice that the debt to cash funding mix was weighted much more towards debt. At the time, I believe it was about 70% debt, 30% cash. And that made sense at the time because you were investing in large capital intensive projects that needed a lot of upfront funding, and cash, or debt rather, was a better tool for that. Now this mix is 35% debt, 65% cash, because you're in a more asset management focused cycle. Better to fund those asset management projects the best you can with cash and supplement with debt as needed to minimize borrowing. So moving on more specifically into the debt service coverage target, this is a key metric that's used by credit rating agencies and investors to assess creditworthiness. A higher coverage target, as Pierce mentioned, not only supports strong AA level or better ratings, but it also provides additional cash that can be used for PAYGO, and that can help mitigate the amount of debt the Water Authority has to issue going forward for capital spending. We do want to note that 1.5 times target is low for rating agencies and for your rated peers. In a report released by Moody's in October of 2024, the coverage, median coverage was 2.3 times for AA rated water utilities. And in a similar report from Standard & Poor's, one of the other rating agencies, that coverage level is about 2 to 2.6 times for AA to AAA rated entities. Additionally, when we look at your peers, both on a local, state, and national level, the 1.5 times is on the lower end of coverage targets compared to some other large water utilities like yourselves. And as we mentioned, the rating agencies, they really do expect that these targets are going to be met and exceeded. Moody's is actually quite specific about that in their most recent utility criteria. And as we mentioned, that's because the rating agencies tend to calculate coverage, making their own adjustments and not necessarily giving you credit for things that you are allowed credit for under your debt policies. Moving forward, just looking and talking about the debt management and disclosure policy, not only are these policies part of GFOA best practice, but they're also required by SB 1029. So SB 1029 was put into place, I believe, close to 10 years ago, which requires municipal issuers to adopt local debt policies that help to help guide decision making, and red line updates to the policies, I think, have been provided as attachment A. So then moving on to the policy to maintain the AA plus or better credit rating. At this point, it's our belief that credit ratings are the best tool that an issuer has to control its cost of funds. And that's especially true in volatile market conditions, which we are expecting in the near to intermediate term. Higher ratings give the Water Authority more options with respect to debt products and greater flexibility when times are difficult. I think a great example of this in the Water Authority's past is in the wake of the Great Financial Crisis in 2008. The Water Authority was able to issue extendable commercial paper, which allowed it to access the short-term commercial paper market without the need for a bank facility, because at the time, bank facility pricing went up astronomically just due to all of the stress that the banks were under. Because the Water Authority had such high ratings, it was able to use this product to access the market and achieve those low short-term ratings without having to pay the large bank fees that were available at the time. Further, as Pierce mentioned, and as Lisa Marie touched on as well, high debt ratings allow the best execution for refundings. Over the next 7 years, looking at the Water Authority's outstanding debt, there is between $700 and $800 million in debt that can be refinanced for debt service savings, and having the strong ratings will ensure that these refundings can be executed at the best possible levels. And just as a reminder, refundings have been very helpful to the Water Authority in the past. Over the past 10 years, the refinancings for outstanding debt have generated approximately $190 million in net present value savings. So this is an important tool to help manage and lower debt service costs as they become available. And part of maintaining this AA plus or better credit rating is this practice of maintaining 150 days cash on hand, which again is a strong, but it is a lower target when compared to peers. It's noted in the board materials, similarly rated peers have a tendency to have much higher days cash on hand, sometimes between a 700 and 900 days cash level. Moving into the debt cash funding mix, which we've already spoken, my apologies, I have missed the fixed and variable rate debt mix. So the fixed and variable rate debt mix, this is currently limited to 30% of variable rate debt. This is a target that's based on rating agency guidelines, and what this allows the Water Authority to do is to access the short-term market, which generally has lower rates, but does come with its higher set of risks. And so the fixed and variable rate debt mix represents a trade-off between cost efficiency and stable rates. And this is going to vary over time depending on the schedule of future debt issuance and the amortization of outstanding debt. Finally, moving on to the debt and cash funding mix, as we previously discussed, the debt and cash funding mix provides the funding sources for the CIP. It's currently at 35% debt, 65% cash for the Water Authority, and the cash can be generated incrementally over time or built into a rate increase and is used for PAYGO. Finally, in the investment policy, this is an annual statement of the investment policy that's published and reviewed. It works to manage the goals of the investments and also ensure that it complies with state, local, and federal regulations and protects the Water Authority's funds. With this, I believe to turn it back to Pierce.
So today's presentation really just continued to cover debt coverage ratios, the days of cash, and why these policies are there to be supportive and accretive to the Water Authority's ratings, and ultimately all under the understanding that better ratings, better financial flexibility leads to lower rates. When we take a look at those policies, they're all within industry standards, maybe even at the low end of those standards for what we're able to achieve. Part of that is this board, part of that is the ability to raise rates. And so those types of things also, those qualitative factors get into here. But in terms of looking at the hard quantitative measures, these are really what's important. And when we take a look at the $155 million a year in annual debt payments, this is 2.5 times roughly the operating department budget. And so in terms of focusing resources and effort and understanding that this is a big rock at which we like to turn over and like to have the tools in order to mitigate rates. Having that as a 17% of the budget and trying to do everything we can and having those tools to mitigate that is really important. Also with the cash, I think Tish touched on this before, but our cash works for us. Just because we have 150 days of cash doesn't mean that that's sitting doing nothing. It has those benefits to the rating agencies that they observe, but it also generates last year $15 million worth of non-rate revenue. Right, that's about 2%, right, given my lovely rule of thumb, 2% or so of a rate mitigation, right? So if we lower days of cash, then I need to generate that $15 million elsewhere. And so this is really that give and take, and I loved Chair Serrano's Venn diagram analogy, and I'll have to draft a slide like that, that really shows that there are trade-offs. Right, and these are the things that we feel we can do and provide to the board in terms of setting these policies and understanding that there, of course, are options to tweak the numbers and to revise the policies, but everything kind of comes at a cost. And certainly when you have an outside force like the rating agencies, that they may have different opinions on how those decisions are leveraged. So with that, we're happy to come back, and following this conversation, we're here to answer questions. But if the board decides to open up any of these policies, wants additional analysis, we're happy to come back so we can make adjustments or more informational items as needed in the future. As Leanna shared with her next steps on the budget, we are looking to get into the CY26 rate and charge development. That will really kick off in March and go through June as typical for the schedule. And then once we're done with CY26 rates and charges, immediately following that, we will look to update the long-range financing plan. Obviously, there's lots of changes to the plan since it was last updated in 2021. We have 2 fewer agencies, water sales are very different, all of those types of things. So that is another opportunity. If nothing is done in the short term, that is another opportunity to take a deeper dive for all of those policies and the long-term forecast of the organization. Once all that's done, this all kind of goes to that 2026 debt issue. So wanting to have a plan for the future to bring to those rating agencies as we look ahead to issue new money in 2026. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Pierce and staff. Moving on to questions and comments, I see a couple of speakers. We'll move to Director Croucher.
Thanks. And for staff, just in regards to comparison to other agencies, how do we sit, or do we have a chart that shows how we sit in regards to credit ratings, cash on hand, debt ratio, or percentage of the budget dedicated to debt? So, for example, MWD, how do we compare even within our own agencies, the City of San Diego, or others? I think that would be helpful for us as directors to be able to gauge how we sit as in compared to others.
Absolutely, and happy to provide that in the future. Just for context, and I know the numbers offhand for Metropolitan, because they're having policy discussions as well on this item now as well. They have an 18-month days of cash, so not 150 days, but more in the 500 days of cash as a minimum, and a 42-month maximum. Now, their days of cash incorporates all of their unrestricted reserves. So they just have one bucket of unrestricted money. And they use that for rate stabilization, they use that for operating, they use that for storage. They use one bucket for all of those funds. They have a 2 times debt service coverage target. They don't always hit that target, but because it's a higher target, it's less important, less critical for them to hit that number. Obviously, the higher that number is, you're further away from your bond covenants. But we're happy to provide a full list of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Boyd Hodgson.
Thank you. Thank you. Learning. I've been on the board about an hour, so thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I represent Vallecitos Water District up in San Marcos, and from this presentation, it seems that you're not leaving any stone unturned when it comes to minimizing the cost of capital. And in your upfront slides, you stated that that was sort of the framework, minimizing the cost of capital. What I also learned from this presentation is that the debt service coverage is still dependent on the rates. And you mentioned that the 0.5 of the 1.5 debt coverage still funds, that's how we fund PAYGO. From my neck of the woods, the rate increases are unsustainable. And it seems like that we're kind of playing a really good defense, if I can borrow a football analogy. I grew up in Texas, so I know a little bit about football. So we as a member agency are facing some of the same challenges that the Water Authority is also facing. And that is if you can look at, kind of a business analogy, we sell widgets and we're encouraging folks to buy fewer widgets. And that is not a sustainable business practice. So what I would like to see as a new board member, and I've said this many times in my member agency meetings, is I'd like to see us starting to play offense and look for creative sources of revenue. And this is not a new idea. I know many of us probably have had the same idea. And forgive me if this is a very naive point that I'm making, but again, I've been on the board an hour. Will we see a presentation that shows, or is there a working group that has been formed to look at playing offense, looking at creative sources of revenue? Because if we are continuing to do business based on conservation, we're not going to stay in business for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Dan, I don't know if you want to speak to that in terms of specific groups, because I know it kind of touches all facets of the organization.
Yeah, thanks, Pierce. And I hearken back to the response to Director Freehoff. Really what we're trying to do with some of these water transfers is rebalance that resource mix, bring in essentially new revenues, or candidly get some of the money off the books, which I think it then creates the cash and the flexibility that I think that you're looking for.
All right. Next, we have Director Leahy.
Thank you. Just first to my colleagues, we talk about we are concerned about our restrictions that the board feels when we're setting rates every year. And now is the time to address those concerns. And when we've met year over year and we want to use our rate stabilization fund, or we want to use these different triggers, and we've been hearing how these are board policies and these are the guidelines. If there are things that you are not comfortable with or want to change, now is the time, because we're going to be faced with those in the coming months. So use this opportunity, please. A couple things on the slides. I think it was slide 14. So one of the things that concerns me, I know on our debt service schedule we show the bar graph going down, and I appreciate that we're showing the anticipated 2026 debt issuance. What concerns me, it kind of ties into all my comments, is there are known capital projects that are potentially coming that aren't in our budget, that aren't projected in our rates, and they're also not projected on a potential debt issuance and what that looks like and what that potential impact is to us. Those are things that, again, long-term planning rather than just short-term outlook, I would feel more comfortable seeing. I know we don't want to look in the mirror and think that we might have to pay those bills in the future, but they might have to come up. So I would appreciate seeing what that long-term capital outlook is even if it's there's only a small chance or we think we're not going to have to pay it, to understand what those rate impacts are to this agency. And then I'd also like to see on that debt service schedule if there's a way to show our short-term debt with that, because I think that was just our long-term debt. I think that would just show a better picture of what we're looking at rolling into the future. On the policy itself, I would appreciate a little bit more clarity in the debt management policy. We've kind of chatted about that. Just clarifying which policies are for our long-term debt versus our short-term debt. And then if there's a gap, so if there's, say, a refunding policy that only aligns with our long-term debt and there's nothing that covers the policy for our short-term, that is developed so that the board has more clarity of what falls within what bucket. And then to my colleagues, and this is not something that I necessarily personally need, but it was a conversation that kept coming up during our rate hearing last time, was we have this fund we call the Rate Stabilization Fund, and oftentimes I was hearing, well, why can't I use the money in the Rate Stabilization Fund to stabilize the rates? And as we've heard in this presentation, those funds are used as part of our coverage and our days of cash on hand to meet our bond covenants. And this is very much just moving one money from a bucket to another bucket and changing the name. But if it makes this board feel more comfortable to create a separate reserve fund that is just for meeting those rating obligations, and then that way it's kind of an emergency fund. We don't touch that unless we are making the solid decision of changing our rating, and that's left alone. We have a separate fund that's our rate stabilization fund, which the board can choose at that point to run it to zero. But then once it gets to zero, you're going to have to build it back up if you want to use it in the future. If that makes the board feel more comfortable to have a separate bucket that you have the option and the prerogative to run to zero that doesn't negatively impact our rating, then maybe that's something that we need to consider, just so that we're not feeling as restricted. And then my final comment is, again, kind of just big picture. We talked about the debt service being 17% of our expenses. Again, that's a fixed expense. If that's something that we feel we want a little bit more control over, that's fine. If we want to pay more for our capital, that's fine. But there's two ways of doing that. We either A, pay off our debt, and we have to raise our rates to pay off our debt faster. B, raise our rates to pay more dedicated capital and issue less debt. Or C, we stop building capital and use the revenues we're putting towards capital towards paying off that debt. So if those are the ratios we want to change, that's part of the options that I see. But again, it kind of all ties back to either changing how we want to pay for projects, not doing projects at all, but most of the options include raising rates to kind of get us out of that change. Otherwise, we're going to continue down the path of paying off our fixed debt, but we're going to have less options as far as controlling those rates. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Director Leahy. We have Director Vespi and then Chair Serrano.
Good morning. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Pierce. Thanks, Lisa Marie. My first question is around the fiscal 26 debt issuance. What's the current estimate for the size of that debt issuance, and then what's the scope of? Is it all new capital? Is there some refunding that you intend to work into there? Could you talk us through that a little bit?
Yeah, so absolutely. The existing funds that are in the construction fund from our prior debt issue will be fully depleted by March, April timeframe. So yes, 2025.
Got it.
The current thought process with the 26 debt issue is let's get through the rate setting cycle, let's get through the long range planning development. That's going to provide more certainty and understanding to the rating agencies as we look to issue the debt. So we would look to have a reimbursement resolution because we only have about $20 million in PAYGO, but we have about $80 million of CIP spend over the next 12 months.
$80 million in spend from March, April to January, February.
Correct.
Give or take.
And in terms of sizing, right now the anticipated size is in about the $250 million range, and that would be 100% new money. no refunding. But we continue to have conversations with Montague and our other FAs to see what exactly that looks like in terms of maybe fixing out some of the commercial paper, doing some other activities at that time.
Got it. Thank you. Follow-on question. So you brought up rate setting, getting through that process, long-range financing plan. In my mind, we should be probably talking through, are we going to issue that debt as part of the rate setting process, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, because
I was just going to add that when the board adopted the rates last year, that was a part of the adoption of rates, that we would issue bonds in 2026, but we can revisit again as well.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Chair Serrano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate all of my colleagues and their comments and perspective on this. To Director Boyd Hodgson's point, I think exploration of new revenue sources is absolutely something that we should consider at the Water Authority. This is something that some of you may know or have read about. The city of San Diego is pursuing similar opportunities. I know that we don't have the same opportunities here at the Water Authority, but I think a good example of that is one that our mayor highlighted, which is potential corporate partnerships. We have a great corporate partnership with Toyota that provides vehicles for our lifeguards, and you see them on the beaches where it's all emblazoned in Toyota, and they provide those vehicles, they provide the maintenance to it. So I think those are opportunities that we can explore. Again, it's not an apples to apples comparison, but it is something that I think is worthy of some sort of exploration. Generally, though, those are one-time revenue sources, and so I think for certainly the near term, it's something worth exploring, but also at the same time, we do have to take a look at the bigger picture about this organization. And so, some of I want to also harken back to the colleagues, the comments of Chair Abdullahi, which is that over the last number of years, we've really started to do the work to, I think, lay the foundation to do some of the creative and innovative things with the resources that we have. I think most notably, you all have heard me talk about ending the era of litigation around here, and I think that is certainly one thing that will unlock new opportunities for us to pursue some long-term revenue sources, but it is just going to take some additional time in order for that to happen. Director Leahy brought up the reserve funds that we have. I'll confess, I was a bit surprised to know that we have that number of reserve funds. So I have a question for staff, I guess. How much would you estimate is in each reserve fund, or was that the graph that I saw in the staff presentation? It was a combined total.
Yeah, that varies, and that information's in the monthly controller's report.
Okay.
So, Chris, come on up.
Good morning. I'm Chris Wojcik, the controller. Yes, as of November, we do have several reserve funds. The operating fund, as of November, $197 million. The rate stabilization fund, $78 million. The pay-as-you-go funds, $18 million. The equipment reserve fund, $1.5 million. The canal maintenance fund, just about $800,000. And then our CIP bond construction fund, about $55 million, which we'll be using up by March, April. And finally, our debt service reserve fund, about $23 million. And with those, some of those were still below our debt service coverage ratio, or our days of cash.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's just helpful context for the board to have, just to know what the reserves and what's in them. But I do think that, to what Director Leahy was discussing, I do think it does potentially merit a look at each of those reserve funds and what they are designed to do, and making sure that those dollars are either being deployed to use that. For example, in my mind, one of my thoughts when I was reading about the ERF, the Equipment Reserve Fund, was, and this is rhetorical, so you don't need to answer it, but how is that, the purpose of that fund, how is that used, and how is it any different from what we would do normally, or we would normally budget through our process, right? I think we try to do some equipment replacement through the normal budget process. So is that just designed for emergencies or anything like that? So I do think some refinement, or just at least a look, just to make sure that those funds are are there, and we are using them for the reasons that they are, and it's not just money that's sitting there. Because, I think collectively, as you've heard, affordability is the top tier concern of everybody, not only in this room, but also the general public. And so I think as we move forward with the budget and rate setting process, we do have to make sure that that is, again, something that we lead with, as much as we discuss the financial strength of this organization. I think my last thing is I actually have a question for, I think, our financial advisor, and I don't mean to put her on the spot. Since I've been on this board, I've been clear that I think our last stop in terms of bringing in resources to this organization should be the general public. That I think we should do everything that we can as an organization, turn over every stone before we go to the public to say, we need you to pay more in order to do what we need to do at the Water Authority and provide our safe, clean water to you. Given that, what would sort of your recommendation be to this agency going forward? If that's sort of like what maybe the board collectively, having the public as the last stop, what would your recommendation be in terms of how do we move forward?
So just to clarify, meaning how do you move forward to try to avoid going to the public for rate increases? Correct. Yes, and I think a lot of it has been addressed through this presentation. So even the discussion that had happened earlier that regarding alternative sources of revenue, right? So trying to replace some of the revenue lost due to conservation water sales with some of the water transfer agreements that I know have been approved. And you actually all got a nice shout out in a recent Standard & Poor's report about that. That was kind of viewed as a very positive way to help manage revenues during what Standard & Poor's tends to refer to as climate whiplash. And again, in our view, it does come down to managing your debt service costs as much as possible and managing the amount of debt issued. And I think that if you have enough revenue on hand from a PAYGO perspective to avoid raising or to avoid issuing debt, that in our view tends to be the best way that you can avoid kind of ongoing future rate challenges to your constituents, because PAYGO from, that perspective, and, I'm not a planning engineer staff, but there's a little bit more flexibility with how you can meet it out, how you can plan it, versus debt is a cost that you'll have to pay annually each year, and you'll have to meet those covenants. And, if your rating goes up, and in particular, if you're issuing in a volatile market, that could result in increased debt service costs, which again go straight to ratepayers and are quite expensive. Ms. Marie, staff, have I? Okay, perfect.
No, thank you. I definitely appreciate that very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Serrano. We'll move to other directors. Director Scalzetti.
I'm on this committee, but thank you for letting me speak. A lot of my points have been made already today, but I'd like to reiterate, I'm hoping that not only do we look at the policies at this point and make some adjustments, but we really hopefully look at ways we can kind of change the model that we're using for financing. The debt financing thing was, I think, a great tool for an era, such as conservation was good for an era, not so good maybe nowadays. And I think it's kind of the same thing. We really just need to figure out how the way that we do business. And it's a great point where, PAYGO is much more controllable. It's going to take a lot of time to get there, but if we have new revenues that are coming in, we should really think about paying off some of that debt and changing the way we actually do business, because I just don't see it's sustainable to have double-digit increases every single year. I mean, I know we're kind of, in that eye right now for a couple of years, but if we don't change the way we do business, this is just not sustainable, and it's really getting to be a bigger uphill climb than we've been in actually the past couple of years, which wasn't fun. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. We'll move to Councilmember Director Whitburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. There we go. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation on the policies and what they do, to some degree, how they compare to other agencies. I would be interested in understanding a little bit more about what our options are. Perhaps not right now, but going forward. I'm struck by the fact that obviously MWD takes a different approach
to some of these things. I think I heard that they have an 18-month cash on days of cash, whereas we have 150 days. Well, what accounts for that difference? Those are two different approaches. And I'm sure that there are other areas where different agencies have different approaches. As we look at those alternatives, how would they impact rates? How would they impact risk? I'd like to get a better understanding of what our options are. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Whitburn. Next, we'll have Director Myers.
Thank you, and thank you. I'm not on this committee, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. Couple questions. One is kind of where we are on these work group committees. We want to make sure that the individual agencies have buy-in or are in the loop in these conversations. For I think a lot of you who are new to the board, it's kind of been traditional to have working groups. There's a member agency rate work group that was in effect that I think sunsetted this year, so that, as I understand it, is no longer going to be meeting. There's a financial working group, and a lot of these working groups were composed of agency general managers, financial folks within those agencies. And I think that there was some issues with respect to the productivity of those groups at times, and I think that there are some challenges in terms of their being able to get what they're saying to the board and then the board listening to them. But I think that there's value to having these kinds of groups available, and that the agencies have the folks that are going to be also looking at addressing these issues and presenting them to the board. And so I'm just curious where we are with kind of the approach on these working groups, and whether we're going to be continuing them or if we're looking at some other approach for the agencies to be able to provide their input when these issues come up.
Director Myers, I can answer that. So I think a little bit of perspective would probably help, at least over the past 8 years or so, with how the Water Authority has handled these working groups. They started off with the intent that a lot of the information provided to this board can get down in the weeds. And, quite candidly, we could probably have a 3-hour A&F committee meeting if we really wanted to, going into each and every project that the Water Authority has over the lifetime CIP, for instance. So we created these working groups that were established with both, as you mentioned, general manager representation and members of the board. In the early years of those working groups, there was a consensus-based approach to bringing something to this board with a recommendation. That was very successful over the course of the early part of these working groups, and I think Director Hilliker was chair of at least the financial strategy work group, maybe 2 or 3 times, so he can attest to that success. What we've run into, however, is not being able to reach consensus within the working group. And so we have a lot of staff time admittedly dedicated to providing that information to these working groups. But in the end, when it gets to this board and this forum, there's not the consensus that was intended as part of the original working group. The conversations that I've had with the board officers was my intent to take that working group, that conversation, and direct it at each member agency's general manager. We have monthly general manager meetings, and I believe that it's more than reasonable at times to carve out an hour worth of discussion on financial policies. They are the experts. They run their agencies. They have the ability to meet and confer with their CFOs. This is a model that I've taken part of at Metropolitan over the past year. Metropolitan structure was very similar to ours, with different working groups, very similar outcomes, almost exact. And I have to tell you that it's worked out to the point where as the person at the top, the CEO, the Public Utilities Director of the agency, you have the ability to meet and confer with your peers, discuss ideas, bring that back to your home agency, your board of directors, deliberate, and then bring that back to the policy forum here at the Water Authority.
And I appreciate that. It sounds like an attempt to streamline the process. and to work more directly with the general managers. My only comment is just to make sure that there's enough of a timeline for a lot of these discussions. The one thing that I think the value that the working groups provided at times was that we had some lead time to know what the issues were and have really good discussions about them and kind of see where it was going. And so when it sounds like, we are going to be getting our input from our general managers, to the extent we're not general managers here, to have to get a download of to what these discussions are. I guess my follow-up question to that is, how are we as the board going to get input, or lack of a better word, minutes or information about what's being discussed there and what the back and forth is? Or is the assumption being that we as board members will just receive that directly from our individual agency staff?
I think there's always going to be opportunity for input at this board. The member agency managers meet prior to the board meeting, and so there may be a little bit of a lag time from 1 month to another. But certainly, what I would anticipate, the conversations that each board member has with their manager will force and facilitate comments here at our board that our staff will take into account, represent that to the managers, and then back to the board.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, just switching topics just briefly, for purposes of going into the planning for the rate process, one of the items that one of these committees, the member agency rate group, I think, had to do with the fixed transportation rate. There's some discussion in the agenda on this. Last year, the transportation rate was increased to 40%, and then there was a plan for it to go to 50%, and a plan for it to go this year, and a plan for it to go to 60% next year. Is that on the agenda? Well, my first question is it necessary for you to know and have that information, and for the board to take action on that to assist you in your rate planning?
There is an informational item in your board packet that lays out the member agency work group recommendation to increase that fixed charge, and it'll be up for consideration to take action next month.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Myers. I just want to take a moment to see if the board officers wanted to make any comments.
I would just add on to your question, Director Myers, about the work groups. That was exactly the intent, was to consolidate and streamline information to make sure that it was the consistency in terms of the people, and then the consistent forum to provide this information. And so whether that is briefing member agencies on the board agenda, or whether that's having conversations about budget development and rate setting, my intent was just to make sure that conversation was streamlined, and we didn't have a multitude of different working groups that weren't speaking to one another with different representation on each of them. So the idea is exactly that, to streamline communication between this agency and the member agencies.
Thank you, Chair Serrano. We have Director Around.
Thank you. I certainly understand the benefit of streamlining the rate development process, and as having been a participant in the MARV and long-range financial planning work, I understand that a lot of time and effort was put into developing alternatives that perhaps were not successful. The only caution I have, and the question I would have for the chair, or something to think about, is that we will be focusing on the immediacy of the next 2-year budget and the next rate increase, or perhaps 2-year rate increase. What we've heard today is some suggestion that we need to rethink the way we do business, and we need to rethink the way the long-term financing of this organization. The question I have is, in what venue, who will be looking at those options as we move forward? Is that going to be something that the Finance Committee will do as part of after we say finish our rates and charges for the next 2 years? Is that something that the Finance Committee will do? Will the officers do it? In other words, but somewhere there needs to be some focus on what the alternatives are for the long-range revenue structure of the Water Authority. And I think we all agree that the current business model is probably not going to work. and we're suffering with super rate increases every year. And so the question is, where will that take place? And we need to make sure it does take place. Thanks.
Director Durant, I think the short answer is that that's to be determined. And you were the author of this paper that it was produced, what was it, 4 years ago, 6 years ago now? 5 years ago. I was almost right there. So we didn't get much movement on that, right, in that working group that we had, the financial strategy work group. I think that we couldn't reach consensus on what to do moving forward. And I think that is a great example as to why we're pivoting a little bit and reducing the number of swimming lanes, quite candidly, that we have on financial matters at the Water Authority. I think that if we test it out this year the way as proposed with the streamlined committee process, I absolutely agree with you that a long-term look at what we do here at the Water Authority has to have a forum, has to have a group of individuals that are willing to reach consensus, quite candidly, and bring something to the board that represents a long-term financial strategy.
Well, whether it's a side group or a special group of people, those issues need to be addressed. And the idea of shifting our fixed revenues to variable revenues for our member agencies that drives up the cost of water at the member agencies, it drives down the demand for water, and it ultimately drives down revenues for the Water Authority is not the solution. There needs to be broader-based solutions, such as assessments based on service connections, assess valuation, population, things like that, to solidify the revenue, some of the revenue stream for the Water Authority. It's not variable. It's not based upon year-to-year sales of member agencies and the Water Authority. So hopefully we can do it here or wherever. But if we don't address it, we're just gonna keep kicking the can down the road, and it's just going to get more dramatic for us to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Arant. I think there's a huge appetite to tackle things head on. So I'm really, really excited for the conversations we're going to be having in this committee. Almost there. So next we have Vice Chair Hilliker.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. As the former chair of our financial strategy work group, I can tell you that we all spent lots of time working on this, and it just, we're hoping that with Dan's idea of trying to streamline it a little bit, it'll actually make it better for everyone here. So I was pretty much fully behind it because I tell you the truth, I got tired of getting the rug pulled out from under me. I felt like we were all, it was a Peanuts cartoon, and we're Charlie Brown, and we go to kick that football, then all of a sudden the rest of the board, Lucy, pulls it away from us. So the recommendations just didn't seem to work. So we're hoping Dan's idea and the one we kind of came up with works out. We'll see. If not, we'll go back to it.
All right. Well, here's the streamlining in this new year. Next, we have Director Paul.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to address the committee. I just wanted to speak a little bit to the 17% number, and there was an acknowledgement that that's a little bit high, and I wanted to know if there's a policy where we would like that number to be, if it's a range or a target. And then also with the policy, the 35-65 policy, will that tend to drive that number higher or lower? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Paul. Director McMillan?
Thank you. Yeah, a couple things. When you sort of compare debt with different agencies and stuff, it's I'll say tricky. You have to look at things like Helix a while back. We paid off all our bonds, and we had directors wanting to have bonfires and stuff, but as a celebration. But the point is that we still have other debt in PERS and stuff like that of 50 or 75 million. So there's a lot of debt out there. And my question, though, for staff today was, that $100 million payment you had cash flows scheduled for June or July, why does that come due right then and is about 60, given that you have $2 billion worth of debt and 3 or 4%. Is about 60 billion of that interest and 40 billion principal, or what?
It's principal and interest, but those two debt payments are driven by bond covenants. So we have no flexibility.
Right, the bond covenant. So we sold bonds that always come due at the same time, basically, you're saying?
Yes.
And what is how much of that 100 million is interest, would you say?
About 65 million is principal.
55 principal, 45?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. And the other thing that was just brought up, that debt financing as far as, people always talk about new sources of income, and the only one that I've ever felt is reasonable if staff figured out some way that we could have some sort of tax, on certain projects or something like that. I don't see, I've been in many groups that have sold donuts and all these other things, but, they don't raise that much money. So I think you have to look at a tax, and people may say it's unfair to the richer, the businesses or something, but they are probably gaining the most by our tremendous, adequate, guaranteed supply of water that we have because of all of the infrastructure and contracts we've signed. So their value is there. The other one is the 35-65% debt, and then you'll talk that, and then you talk about generational equality. I would think generational equality, you would just do all debt. And Director Heights used to have arguments. He liked sinking funds. So where are we on the 35-65, if you change that ratio, you change your need for rate increases, correct?
It will impact the change for rate increases.
It'll impact them, yeah.
But it's a general target. Let's
But
say.
why is it a general, should the board discuss, should they be 35-65 or 20-80?
It could be. It's up for the board. When the board adopted the long-range financing plan, that's what we leaned on, and that's what the board adopted was 35-65. Prior to that, it was more like 50-50.
50-50.
But it's really up to the board's pleasure, but it also is determined by how much cash that comes in. Because we had lower water sales and our capacity fee revenue was down, now we're having to issue bonds a little bit earlier, so the 35-65 is probably more like 40-60 because we're having to accelerate a bond deal because we just don't have the PAYGO funds. And I appreciate Director Scalzetti's comments about maybe we need to think about paying off debt early, or maybe we need to pay more in cash. But if that's the case, also to Director Leahy's point, we have to revisit, well, how much infrastructure do we want to maintain, and what's the risk associated with that infrastructure, and then what's the willingness of this board to raise rates in the short term to pay off debt, because that revenue has to come from somewhere, and if it doesn't come from these additional revenue sources, then we have to raise rates just to pay off additional capital. These are
correct.
hard decisions.
I totally agree, and that's why I was talking about generational equality. I and Director Scalzetti, if he really meant that, probably don't agree, because if you pay off any of these things, you have to up rates, and I'm not an advocate of increasing rates to pay off some debt. I don't mind the debt being paid off in 600 years or something, at a low interest. So.
Yeah.
But the board may want to bring it back for discussion as 35-65, and you say, well, we lowered it because we had cash flow problems and we didn't want to raise rates. Well, we're still facing that, so why aren't we going down lower, I might ask.
It's something for,
And then-
it's definitely up for you to decide.
Yeah, and Director Leahy mentioned there was 3 options. There's 4 options for CIP, and that is, totally debt financed. You can do anything you want. That lowers. Anytime you have debt financing, you are holding your rates down a little. There's a 1-to-1 ratio there.
I'd agree.
Long term, you may have different things, but it's money.
I agree.
Thank you for your comments, Director McMillan. Next, we have Director Madaffer.
Well, that was quick. Just two comments. I'm an infrastructure person, and I will never vote or support anything that causes damage to the water authority's infrastructure. And I think anybody that does needs their head examined. Just be blunt. Second point is when you look at the fact that, hearing Scalzetti, McMillan on the debt, if the agency here wants to work with the county and talk about a 2026 or a 2028 ballot measure that looks at property tax similar to what MWD does as a way to pay off debt, I'm all for it. Look at it. I think you could see the track record, at least in the 24 elections, wasn't too good. But maybe if you brought together ag, labor, various entities, Biocom and others that know that water is the lifeblood of our region, maybe there would be some traction. That's enough.
Thank you, Director Madaffer. I don't see any other speakers on queue, but I'm hearing a lot of excitement. Dan, I think they want to have a longer A&F committee meetings
I'll
for
see
this
if I can
year.
do that next month.
All right, so we are going to move on to our information items. Thank you all. Thank you, staff, for the presentations. And again, I urge folks for any policy adjustments that they would like to see to make sure that they are communicating with the staff. We have the first item up, which is the 5-year financial forecast, water sales information. But before we get to that, Director Leahy?
Oh, sorry. I thought we had to pull the items from the information if we needed to discuss them. So if we were going to go through all of them, then I can wait.
Yeah, we're going to
I
go
wanted
through
to
all.
discuss item 4.
We're going to go through them. So the 5-year financial forecast water sales information with Liana.
These are informational items that staff's happy to answer any questions on if board desires.
Sounds good. Never mind. So Director Leahy. I was trying to be cool for the new year.
It's all right. We're figuring it out together. Okay, I had a couple questions on, Director Myers had questions on the change in the transportation fixed rate structure. So there were items that were requests for consideration by the MAR subgroup with that plan. So I just was wondering on a couple updates. I'll stick with one of the bullet points in item 2. One was having I know that there's the facility master plan, but we wanted to make sure that there was an evaluation of all the capital improvement projects, not just limited to the 14 that were included in that plan. And so to make sure that we are planning for those. And I think that, I don't know if there's been an update on that or if that's planned to be shown to the board. But I would appreciate seeing that as part of our consideration for this item in the future. And then I was wondering if we can get maybe an update on maybe number, I think we had addressed maybe amend the debt policy to not allow extending repayment terms. And I think that was addressed with my comments of better defining the short-term versus long-term debt refunding policy. And then is there any update maybe on the low-income assistance program funding item?
We don't have any updates with regard to the low-income assistance program funding at the state policy level. That's something that we continue to look at, and we'll provide updates as part of the LPO committee as appropriate. I just want to point out that while these 7 items were identified by a subgroup of the MAR, they are not board policy. We are happy to provide information on them. At this time, these aren't directives.
Thank you. I'll just add to that part of my support for the item last year was with consideration of these items that were recommended by the MAR group. So for my support moving forward, I'd at least like to see, before this comes for the next year's increase, I'd at least like to see the capital improvement list and those projected projects that have been requested. And then in order to support in the future year, so like next year, I'd want to see item number 1 handled to be able to support the ever increase. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Leahy. Director Vespi?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add to Lindsay's comments that these items, making progress on these items was also part of the city's support here. So we'd also like to see an update on progress of each of these items. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Vespi. I don't see anybody else on the queue. All right, there are no closed, Director Steiner.
In looking at the controller's report on the CIP expenses, it looks like 58% of the budgeted CIP funds have been spent over the 17-month period. Do we have any idea when we'll get an update on the other CIP spending projections and whether we're going to be using the money, because we sometimes have not used all our CIP monies?
Yeah, as part of the budget process and the rates process, we'll be updating on the total projected spending for the CIP and all of the other expenditure categories.
Okay, thank you.
But I would like to add that the CIP bond proceeds are expected to be fully spent by March.
Okay. All right, that's an answer. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tish.
I'd also like to add that we did have to delay some of our CIP projects as a result of reduction in the CIP appropriations. So we are on a burn rate associated with what the board appropriated, which was a 10% cut from what was recommended by staff.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just for the MAR rate alternative, it might be good just to kind of see the different scenarios for the board in terms of making a decision next month, if possible. Kind of keeping the first scenario being keeping the transportation fixed recovery at the current level of 40%, and the other scenario includes keeping the proposed level of year 2 of implementation, which is 50%. So staff, if that can be something that can be provided for board members to help them in terms of making the decision next month, that would be helpful. Thank you. I don't see any other speakers on queue. We'll move on to the next item. There are no closed session items, actually, and no further business. And the meeting is now adjourned. The Engineering and Operations Committee is up next in 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned.
call to order the January 2025 meeting for the Water Authority's Board Engineering and Operations Committee. I'm filling in for Chair Ray, who is absent from today's meeting. As we discuss items on the agenda, I'll be calling on directors who push their speaker buttons. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all your points when you have a chance to speak. Arlene, can you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Fongsakai, Vice Chair Heidemann,
Here.
Directors Abdullahi,
Here.
Arant,
Here.
Buckowitz,
Here.
Freehoff,
Here.
Leahy,
Here.
McMillan, Querum,
Here.
Roback,
Present.
Wall, Supervisor Desmond, Chair Heidemann, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you, Arlene. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I see none.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the committee on any items contained on the agenda?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
All right, great. On January 9th, we held the Engineering and Operations Tour, and at this point, Nina Kuzmith will provide a presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Heidemann, and good morning, committee members and the board. So we hosted an E&O tour on January 9th. We began the tour at the Escondido O&M facility where we visited the control room, and Chris Clements provided an overview of the control room and the duties of the operators there. We also then traveled to the northern part of the county where we visited the San Luis Rey area where we have a reline project, and we were also had the opportunity to visit one of our Pipeline 3 structures. This structure is a fairly old structure where we had the members look into the structure where you could see the confined space challenges that we have. And Tom Marcoux provided a demonstration on the confined space protocols. We also had Eric Pate and Martin Coghill, shown on the right-hand side, demonstrate how they inspect the structures without entering the confined space. And from that photo, we actually lower a camera down on a long pole so that they can inspect the facility without going in. We also had the opportunity to visit the, there's the confined space entry demonstration that we had. Tom Marcoux is there demonstrating, I believe that's an 18-inch gasket, and how we could finagle through an 18-inch gasket, which is very tough for our operators and O&M maintenance facility personnel to go in there. Then we headed up to the Reline Portal 5, which was just down from where the Pipeline 3 structure was, and that's where Eric Pate there provided an overview of the pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe and the monitoring system we use to monitor that type of pipe. We also had Valerie Irie provide an overview of the relining process and construction status of the current project. And then we had an opportunity to take a drone photo that you can see here, providing a good view of the portal. Thank you to all those who attended, and I'll turn it back to you, Vice Chair Heidemann.
Thank you, Nina. Do I have any questions for Nina at this point? None? All right. We'll move on. There are no items. Oh, I'm sorry. Director Freehoff.
Right. Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to take a time to thank the staff for all their effort in putting the tour together. We really appreciate it. It was very educational. We also toured the operations center there in Escondido, which was very helpful to see. And we also had a really good discussion, because it was very timely, very good discussion on fire management or fire preparedness. And how the Water Authority is ready and how they would coordinate with the member agencies in ensuring that we get adequate flows that we need. So I just wanted to highlight that and thank the staff for their effort. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Freehoff. Anybody else? All right, we will move on. We have no consent calendar this month. Moving on to actions, discussions, and presentations. Item 1 is the design of professional services contract for Ferguson Pate Baldwin Architects for architectural design, engineering, and construction management services. And at this point, Martin Coghill will provide a presentation. or Ava will provide a presentation, or maybe Ava and Martin.
Good morning. Thank you, Vice Chair Heidemann. Yes, and I'll be doing the primary presentation, and Martin Coghill and the consultant is also here. So I'm Eva Pleiser, I'm the Director of Operation and Maintenance. And this presentation goes with item 1 on our agenda for E&O and can be found in your packet on page number 83. So Next on the presentation, you see a slide of allocations. You know where we are at in Escondido, and you know that our current facility is from the 1940s. This is our original site when the Water Authority was founded. It was there when we had 7 employees in the 40s and the 50s, and now we have over 100 employees. The new facility is located about 2 miles as the crow flies, just on the west side of the 15, whereas our current facility is on the east side of the 15. Next slide. This project actually started many, many years ago, really about 5 or 6 years ago, the effort was intensified to try and find a new location. In the budget year 2024-2026, 2024-2025, the board approved a $60 million lifetime budget for this project. And during that time, during that budget cycle, the board also approved the purchase of the land and shell building that is currently under consideration for architect design services for tenant improvements. The overall budget is divided into $38.8 million for the building, about $300,000 for planning purposes, and about $2.5 million for design and CM services, and the rest, $18.5 million, is left for the actual construction of the tenant improvements. As you remember, when we were going through the decision to purchase the shell in 2023, we went out and did some cost estimating of what it would take to do the actual construction, and those cost estimates came in between $14 and $17 million. So we feel very comfortable that the $60 million total project budget for this facility is sufficient to get it through implementation. As I discussed, we started the process for this actual facility in October 2023 with board approval for the purchase and sale of this cold shell. In November of 2024, just a couple months ago, we closed escrow, and today in front of you is the contract for the design and CM services. Next slide. So this picture shows the actual facility as it currently is. This is the outside of the building. It's an 88,000 square foot cold shell. Next slide. The inside of a cold shell is just that, is 4 walls, a floor, and a ceiling. So we have to complete it so we can move in. So in order to complete it, we divided our needs into 4 categories. We have the general office space that we need to do. We have to do the industrial build-out. We have to do site security and also any additional site improvements that we need. I won't go into the details into the boxes, but there's, you can see two items with stars. Those items are we would like to have them, but we are cognizant of the budget, so depending how the bids come in, those 2 items will be additive to the overall bid. Next slide. So what you see here is a draft block diagram. In this block diagram, you can see all the uses that we will be locating in this building. You can also see that we have the office space is really in between the shear walls, between, if you look on the vertical lines C and H and horizontal lines 1 and 2, that's the area for the office space. Right now, it's has only about a 4,000 square foot mezzanine area, and we need to build it out to a full 12,000 square foot second floor, so we'll have enough office space. But you can see that we're fully utilizing the entire building with all our uses. Next slide. The process to arrive at this contract that was currently under consideration started a bit over 6 months ago with the preparation of a request for proposal. And I really want to say a big thank you to Martin, who was the driver of this RFP. He did a lot of work putting it together. We let that out in August, and in September, we received 8 proposals. Out of those 8 proposals, we reviewed 3 through interviews. They were very complete proposals, and out of those interviews, one was stood above and beyond the others, and we negotiated with that firm. And that firm was, I can never remember the abbreviation of the name, Ferguson Pape Baldwin Architects. Next slide. And Ferguson has tremendous experience with these type of facilities. You can see here 3 examples. They did the City of San Diego's Choyas Water Operations Facility, provided architectural services there. They also did Coachella Valley Water District, similar to what our needs are, from design through construction. So we feel very comfortable that technically they're very qualified to do this work. Next slide. So as you're familiar with RFPs, it's a 1,000-word document that the proposals get that they have to respond to. And Ferguson did a very detailed proposal. It was very impressive. They included everything we could possibly think of and didn't even know we could think of. So we sat down with them and we went very carefully through the proposal that they put together, and we made sure that the items that we moved forward for in their final cost estimate they provided to us were items that are functional and durable, and that meant that we could do our job, making sure that it has to be decent looking, but aesthetics were not the driver of what we were looking for. So based on those negotiations, we came to a final fee of about $2.1 million. But we also are cognizant that when you do design and you go through CM services, you have things that are unexpected. And the contract that we negotiated with Ferguson is for 6 months of field construction. It could take 9 months, so we are cognizant of that, so we're adding a line item for extended services that if we need 3 additional months of CM services, we can authorize that. We also have some additional services that may be necessary during design for $129,000 that are listed there, and also a little bit less than $100,000 unforeseen allowance, for a total of $375,000. So the total contract that we negotiated was $2,466,894 for this contract. Next slide. So in order to implement this, we developed this schedule with Ferguson, and again, this assumes that a 6-month field construction. This schedule also assumes that the selected contractor will be purchasing all the necessary long lead items and won't start construction until those lead items arrive. What we also are doing is we'll be doing a dual schedule route, a 6 and a 9 month, and depending on which of those 2 schedules comes in cheaper during the bidding process, we'll compare that to the $163,000 additional CM services, and we'll make a decision if we want to pursue a more aggressive schedule or go with a more lenient schedule depending on the financials, how they work out. So based on all that, what the ask from staff is to approve the contract. Next slide. For the professional design services with Ferguson Pape Baldwin Architects for a not to exceed of $2,466,894. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Ava. Director Rand.
I want to correct the staff presentation. This project did not start in 2023. This project actually started whenever the consideration for the facility we're in now began. And in fact, the goal back in that time was to find a facility where you could have both the administrative and the operations facility on one site. And indeed, in the city of Poway, there was a piece of property that would accommodate both uses. But the decision was to build this facility here in San Diego. And of course, obviously, it could not accommodate from a zoning standpoint the operations facility. The issue was again raised in the mid-2000s, or 2005, 2006, only to be bushwhacked by the recession. It came back again in around 2010, 2011, only to be held hostage by the drought. So this is a long-term issue. And I know I've heard some criticism, this is not the time to be doing this. Boy, how do we justify doing this? Well, every time we've looked at this, the options available to the Water Authority have shrunk. They've diminished. And so, yeah, is this the best time to do this? Probably not, but we need to do it. And so with that, I move staff recommendation. What's that?
Thanks, Director Arant. We've got a couple more speakers. Director Leahy.
Thanks. I just had a quick question on the schematic that shows the use of space. There's indoor vehicle storage. Can you maybe go into a little bit more of why? I guess I just always try to not store vehicles in a very valuable space. So is that more for like when fleet's working on them, or what's the purpose of the indoor storage space? It just seems like a lot of space to be utilizing for the
so
cars.
we currently store our valve service trucks indoors, and a lot of it is because of the equipment that's on it. They're very expensive. They're $1 million plus vehicles, and also the equipment that is on it is also very expensive. So the Water Authority has stored, there's 8 of them. We've always stored those vehicles indoors. Also, by having the arrangement that we have with this building, it also allows us to, when the crane is, you see where the shops are, those shops will have direct access to those vehicles, so loading up and everything else will be that much simpler for those trucks. And, you know, I hear you, normally you wouldn't, but we were buying a building that was existing and we had the square footage, so we utilized it to make sure that we protect our assets.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Director Leahy. Director Quorum.
I just have a little detailed question I'm just curious about. So when you showed the budget for the $60 million, you showed a $2.47 million for design and construction that was budgeted. So this is that number, right?
This is that number.
And it came in right where we thought it would be budgeted.
Well, you know what? We had a total of $60 million, right?
Right.
So the total was not necessarily divided into those buckets. And, you know, initially, as Director Arant said, this has been a long process. Initially, we weren't thinking we were going to be buying a building, right? We thought we were going to buy land, do design, the traditional method. So the breakup was very different. But when we started doing the search, there really wasn't any land available that we could buy for what our needs were. The land that was available did not meet our zoning requirements. We could not have built there. So we had to really rethink how the budget was broken up. And that's why in 2023, when we were going through the negotiations to purchase the building, we did a lot of work to make sure that we could do the tenant improvements, we could do everything, and still fit it within that $60 million.
Okay, so the $2.47 million that was budgeted, what we've actually spent on design and construction management will be this plus what's already been spent?
No, this is it.
This is it.
Because
okay.
we bought a building, right?
Okay.
We bought a building, so we have not spent any money on any architectural or design or CM, services.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I'll second the motion.
Thanks, Director Quorum. A couple more. Director Wall.
Good morning. Thanks for that presentation. It's my first meeting, so that was great. One question. Is this a design build project?
No, this will be traditional design bid build.
Why did you do it that way?
That would be a very good question. Our admin code is not currently that does not really lean itself towards a design build for these type of services, and also we felt that we'll get a lot more control over what the final product will look like.
Okay, great. And fun fact, it's in my division at Rincon, so when you need a water hookup, give us a call.
Yeah, we got our water meter. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks, Director Wall. Director Robach.
So, Mark Robach, first meeting. Not new to this, though. Been elected to OTI for 20 years, and Padre Dam, along with Dan, for 4 years. So, been around here a long time. But I've been around even longer in commercial real estate, so I'm a 35-year commercial real estate broker. And so I had a chance to talk with the general manager. I had a chance to talk with a couple of the board members about how the Water Authority came to buying this property that on the surface certainly doesn't seem very well suited for an operations property. A lot of things were brought up here, which is, the storage of the vehicles indoors. Typically, you don't see that. I think at a lot of our agencies, even with valve trucks, we have stored outside. That being said, and Director Arant, talked about the history. It's if you weren't able to take advantage of maybe a better property sooner, maybe you could have waited. But what's done is done. I was kind of interested now that I had seen this exterior photo. This is a distribution building. So the picture you see on the side shows the dock high loading. So this is something you'd see like for an Amazon warehouse or something. And in the interior picture I saw, it looks like dock high loading as well. So is that correct? I mean, is there dock high all around this building?
Yeah, on two sides, they do have dock high loading, yes. It's correct.
And you don't really need dock high for what you do in operations, do you?
But it's such a small part of the building that, we did purchase an existing building, right? So it was already there.
Right. Well, yeah, it was interesting. When I first saw the address of the property, I was trying to figure out what it was, and I Googled it, and it came up a parking lot. So I was like, parking lot? They bought a parking lot? And then it turns out that the Google image was 4 years old. It was a parking lot.
Yeah.
And my understanding of the history of this thing is the developer had a set of approved plans with the city, and they wanted to sell it as a existing approved, and so you guys just adapted this schematic to an operations where outwardly it isn't really an operations building at all. It's not, the zoning is not, whatever, I'm not going to, what's done is done. I don't think it was a really good decision, sorry, but I just don't think that was a good use of money for an operations facility. But here we are, you need to have tenant improvements done to it. You've gone out and you've bid it. It looks like, the way you've laid out the space is relatively well suited for what you're trying to achieve here. But I got to say, in the future, we got to be way more careful on how we're spending money. I'm sorry, we need to be. People want water safely, reliably, at the lowest possible cost. And so, anyhow, I'll just let it go at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Robach. I have a couple of questions for you, Ava. So you had a slide that showed a couple of items that were asterisked that said that, well, first of all, you said you felt pretty confident that the construction portion of the TI would come in around the 18 million, whatever's left in the balance. So will this board get a chance to review? Because one of the items is a safety training area, and I'm sure that doesn't mean you are forsaking safety training. But from my point of view, it's one of the most important components of what our field staff do is making sure they're safe and their training is all up. So will we get to look at that as you you bid the project and you get your pricing in and to see what's going to stay and what's going to go? Or I'm just curious on the process.
Correct. We'll go through the normal bidding process that we do. So when the comes up to awarding the contract, the board will get a decision of what we're awarding. So that will come through. And one of the reasons why this is asterisked is, and I fully 100% agree with you, it's a key item for us. But we're also going after grants. So we're hoping that we'll be able to secure grants where it will not be an issue at all.
All right. The other question is, and it seems pretty intuitive, but I just want you to tell me, so that brand new, sweet-looking concrete is going to get, especially if you look like your showers or your restrooms in the middle of the building, so it's not pre-plumbed for your site plan or your layout, right? So we'll have to do some modifications to that, right?
Yeah, that's the tenant improvements. Yeah. We'll be doing those modifications with the architect to make sure that it's all constructed to what our needs.
Okay. And then the last comment is, I saw somewhere is this facility serves as your EOC, which is
yes, that facility will be our EOC also, and our control room.
Okay.
So our emergency operations center. And if I may add, it doesn't just serve as our own Water Authority Emergency Operations Center, but we also serve as the liaison between our member agencies and the county in emergency situations. So this facility's EOC will also be an EOC for our to help our member agencies.
Understood. Thank you. Actually, there's a couple more in the queue. Director Miller.
Thank you. Eva, how did we arrive at this architectural firm? Was this a competitive bid, or did we go out and just pre-qualify an architect?
This is a complete competitive procurement. We started out with that RFP. We had 8 firms respond. Out of those firms, 3 were selected for interviews, and the best interviewed was Ferguson. Was
he the least expensive one, or is he just the most qualified?
Our administrative code requires us to select the best qualified. But we made sure that the pricing was competitive. We do not open all the envelopes per our administrative code of all the 8 proposers, but we did look at the other 2 that we interviewed, and the final negotiated price is very much in line with what the other firms were proposing.
And on the buildings, was it clear that we didn't get any pre-plumbing done or anything that would help us not destroy the interior concrete, or?
I think we're going to work very much with the architect to make sure that our interior is as protected as can be. There's a couple places, we're going to have to, because the plumbing has been set up, so we're going to work as much as we can to where the plumbing is, but we're going to do what we need to do to make sure that we have our uses.
So there was no pre-plumbing?
There's very little.
Yeah, there are some sewer lines that are already installed in there. The primary one goes to the existing mezzanine that was built, which is about 4,400 square feet. So we'll make use of that. And then there's another sewer line that goes through the main body of the building. So we'll pick up our fleet services area, we'll attach to that.
And is that inclusive of the electrical also?
So all we have is really a bare shell. So we have the electrical panels are installed for 3,000 amps, I believe. If we have to go above that, then we'll have to add more to it.
So do we have a distribution gear there now, like a 1,200 amp or 1,600 amp distribution, or do we have to provide all that? And like there's no main distribution panel now?
There is a distribution panel there that will need to be outfitted for the TIs that come after.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a positive.
Yeah, the skeleton is all there. Yeah.
Okay. Is the mezzanine that's proposed to be built, is it going to be built out of steel and concrete, or is it going to be built out of wood?
Steel.
Is there a significant cost difference between the two?
Steel and concrete, and I think, if I answer this correctly, it's because of the Class 4 requirement for seismic mitigation for this facility as an EOC.
Okay, so the mezzanine is part of the seismic strength of the building structurally?
So
I would question why that wouldn't have been built prior if it's structural.
The mezzanine is structurally independent of the exterior enclosure, but it would also be augmented to meet the heightened seismic requirements for the probable earthquake, so you can maintain operations during a probable earthquake.
Okay, thank you. So are we storing all the trucks and equipment inside? Or will we still have a yard space?
Yeah, we are only storing the 8 valve service trucks inside. We have enough storage room to store materials and equipment also inside, but we also have sufficient parking to store other equipment and so forth outside.
Okay. So another question on, is this a PLA project?
The tenant improvements will be a PLA project.
And it'll be going out to bid then to union building contractors, I assume, not?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's enough exercise.
Thank you as always, Director Miller. Director Croucher.
Thanks. And just from the comment about the hopeful on the grant portion of it, our $60 million, if we are successful with those grants, will that bring us under the $60 million, or are we dependent upon the grants to keep it within the $60 million?
It will depend on the bids. We will not exceed the $60 million with this project. So if items come in above, then we'll have to decrease what we construct inside. So if grants do come in and the total brings we are below, we're not going to add anything else to bring it to 60.
Okay, I would think that we would be building this based upon our absolute needs.
Yes.
And if we get grants, I don't understand that, okay, then we're going to spend the extra money.
Well, because we have 2 items that we do need them, but we're holding them as optional bid items, depending how the bids come in.
Okay, so let's say we don't get the grants, we do need these items. Would we then not have to go over the 60 million?
We would have to make a decision if we're going to build those or not. And that's what Vice Chair Heidemann was referring to when he said, when it comes back for the board to decide, which way are we going to go?
Okay, so basically at this point with that 60 million, we would be underfunded for all the items that we say we need. And we would have to reconsider those items.
My plan is that that won't happen, that we have sufficient funds. But I always like to make sure that we have options should the bids come in a little higher.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Croucher. Director Leahy.
Sorry, one more quick comment. It's tied to this, but also there were previous comments at other meetings about getting a report out on our PLA and then potentially updating the limits of the PLA from 1 million to something maybe a little bit higher. And I think there was some discussion to maybe bring that back before projects like this are going to be built, so that there might be a little bit more competitive bidders on these types of projects that maybe aren't, maybe have more contractors that have this type of discipline to do this work, but maybe wouldn't align necessarily with the PLA requirements. So I think that was something that I would like to see come back for discussion in a future board meeting before some of these smaller cost construction projects move forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Leahy. Do we have an idea when the PLA update would be?
So Director Heidemann will have a report on the PLA to the board in April. So that would be the first opportunity to further this conversation.
Okay, thank you. Director Myers.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions about the status of the existing building and the construction work that's been done so far. I think the memo indicated that the building is completed and that we have title ownership now?
Correct. We own. The escrow closed in November.
Okay. So notice of completion's been filed? Okay.
We closed, I don't think this type of projects, well, we did file notice of completion because it required for the close of escrow, because all claims had to be cleared of the title.
Okay. All right. Are there any punch list items remaining, final inspection? I'm just curious, just wanted confirmation that there aren't any significant pending issues with the contractor in terms of the quality of construction.
No, actually, the contractor has been very, very good to work with, TFW, and we did our post-close walk with them yesterday, and only 9 items came out that are fairly minor.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Hilker.
Thank you, Chairman. Going back to the grants, how much in grants are we hoping to get? And then a follow-up question after that is, what are these 2 items?
Okay, how much in grants are we hoping to get? Tom, do you remember what the grant for the, pardon? 3 to 5 million. And what was the second question?
What are the 2 items potentially that will or will not get funded?
So the 2 items, if you can go, so the shade canopies would be one of them, and that would not be a grant funded. That is a item that would just provide shade over some of our equipment areas, and the safety training area. This is the area. This is the item that we're going for grant funding.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Arant.
Yeah, a question, Eva. Does the $60 million, does it include consideration for the recapture of the value of the existing facility? And do we have some idea as to what that existing facility on Quince Avenue in Escondido it may be?
So the $60 million does not include the funds that will come in when we sell the existing facility. That facility, we got some preliminary numbers between $5 and $7 million is the value. And right now, we are actually working with one of our member agencies and that is interested in purchasing it from us.
Okay, so the $60 million would be then reduced by the recapture.
You could say that. I think it goes straight back into the general fund.
Well, what?
It goes straight back into our operating fund. It will not.
I understand that, but when you look at the expense of building a new building and you're going to sell the old building, then you could say they credit that back towards the construction of the new building, wherever the money winds up.
Yep, you're correct.
Okay, we're getting there, folks. Secretary Lyons.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a member of this committee, so I appreciate the opportunity to talk. And thank you for all the good questions. I think it's a matter of us kind of managing expectations, and I think it's a good idea for us to kind of air all our questions right now. So I just have one remaining one, and I think I understood that you said that we're going to kick off the construction schedule or the contractor once the long lead items are secured, or maybe there's some more knowledge about the schedule of the delivery of them. How is it that we're actually doing that? We will have the contractor on board when we order the long lead items. So I'm just looking at traditional procurement and wondering how we do that.
So that's correct. It'll be a traditional procurement. We'll go out to bid. The contractor will get a award notice that we awarded the contract to them. At that point, they'll be able to order the long lead items, but they will not start the physical construction until the long lead items are here. And that window is the 6 versus 9 months window.
Are you saying then that we're not incurring construction costs necessarily, or at least construction administration costs for that lead time part of the schedule? We only start incurring those at the beginning of the 6 months.
Yes, that's how we're trying to set it up to minimize the overall construction costs.
Okay, thank you. It's creative.
Director McMillan.
I just wanted to assure Mark that we asked those questions you did, and the answer always was the developer's developing it as is, period. Even though the board had thought about some changes and stuff to the building.
All right, so we have a motion by Director Arant, a second by Director Querom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We have no informational items and we have no closed session items. So at this point, our committee is adjourned and LPO is up in 5 minutes.
Welcome to the Legislative and Public Outreach Committee for Thursday, January 23rd. I'm Chair Valentin Macedo. As we discuss items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker button. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. Media, please call the roll.
Chair Macedo,
Here.
Vice Chair Acosta, Vice Chair Ray, Director Buckowitz, Ike, Hilliker, Katz, Lines. Here. Medaffer.
Here.
Norman.
Here.
Quaylen.
Here.
Steiner.
Here.
Whitburn. Yamane. Here. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I do not have any additions to the agenda. At this time, I'd like to ask if there's any public comment.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and move on to the chair's report. I appreciate the opportunity to chair this committee and look forward to working with each of you more closely the coming months. Over the next month, the committee officers will be developing a work plan to guide us for the next 2 years. We look forward to sharing that with you in February. If you have any early input to our committee priorities, I encourage you to talk to me, Director Ray, or Director Acosta. In addition, I'd like to acknowledge the role this committee plays in the work related to emergency readiness. General Manager Denham will talk more about the Water Authority's role in wildfire readiness during the formal board, but it's worth noting that before the devastating fires in Los Angeles, emergency response was highlighted at the Joint Public Information Officers meeting on January 6th. The goal of enhancing coordination on emergency outreach among member agencies this year. Obviously, that work has never been more important, and JPIC will continue to provide the forum for sharing that information. In addition, staff has distributed the General Manager's letter on emergency preparedness to the board, member agency, federal general managers, elected officials, the JPIC group, and more than 1,000 civic and business leaders around San Diego. Staff has also drafted and provided key points on the regional level that were shared with the JPIC group to help with response to media and public queries along the social media posts supporting those messages. Staff stands ready to support and react as needed in these fast-changing conditions. At this time, I'd like to ask if there's any comments from our directors. Seeing none, we'll move through our agenda. We have no items on... Oh, sorry. Sorry, I missed it. Director Acosta.
Thank you. I just wanted to compliment our staff and our team on responding quickly to the public questions about whether we're prepared for fire. I've been hearing a lot of it, and I'm so glad that we not only push out the newsletter, but all those other things that you mentioned, Chair, and just wanted to express gratitude to our staff for doing that. Great work.
I agree. Thank you. At this time, we'll move through our agenda. There are no items on the consent calendar. We have one action item this month. Our second one will be pushed to February. So at this time, I'll call on Megan.
Good morning. I'm going to be brief and then hand it over to our federal and state lobbyists that are on virtually. But I wanted to start off and just highlight a few things. As everybody is aware, there's a lot of changes with administration, so we're following all the new actions that are happening, and things are continuing to happen at a rapid pace daily. So our lobbyists are keeping us informed, and we're staying, informed on everything. As was highlighted in the earlier committees, affordability is one of our main priorities, and on the legislative and government relations side of it, it is something that we continue to really follow and participate in different committees. myself and then Elizabeth Lovestead from our agency both participate in the California Urban Water Association's Affordability Committee, and that committee really is working on educating legislators on affordability and how regulations can affect affordability. So it's really good. They're working on some different papers. Also, CMUA has their low income rate assistance program committee that we've been sitting on, looking at legislation and knowing that there's going to be legislative proposals coming out this year on the state side. So we're continuing to really follow all of that, and then also looking at all of the funding mechanisms and where we can look at funding for. So on the federal side, looking at grants through Bureau, FEMA, EPA, and then the community project funding. Exciting news, our Congressman Levin is on the Appropriations Committee, so we'll definitely continue to work closely with him as we're looking at projects that we can submit. On the state side, we're really focusing on looking on Prop 4. There should be some additional information coming out on Prop 4 and where all the money is going to come from in March. Our state lobbyist has really put together a nice graphic that kind of shows where all the different categories are and the funding coming out. As you heard, I'm sure, with the wildfires, and as they're looking at some funding from the state coming for wildfires, at one point there were discussions that some of the money from Prop 4 was going to go specifically to the disaster recovery on the wildfires, but the current proposals that have been discussed at the state level do not include the funding coming from Prop 4 at this time. One other thing I wanted to mention before I turn it over to the lobbyists is we have been increasing our partnership with the Imperial Irrigation District on advocacy efforts on the federal side. So our federal lobbyists and IID's federal lobbyists met this week to just discuss strategies going forward as the post-2026 guidelines are going to be coming out, how we can work together and really have a strong message. So I think we had a really good meeting with them and discussions. We know that there's going to be a lot of education that we have to do with all of the changing in administration and making sure that we're educating everybody that's coming in to the agencies that we're going to be working with. So I'm really excited about that partnership, and we'll keep that going. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin on the federal side, and then I'll be up at the end if there's any questions.
Thanks, Megan, and good afternoon, committee members. I'm Kevin Eastman with Pace Government Relations, advocate for the authority here in Washington, D.C. I'll start off with some of the funding items that Megan mentioned a moment ago. We're working with authority staff to identify potential CPF requests. Congress has yet to release its guidelines for this fiscal year or this coming fiscal year that'll let us know which categories of funding are available for CPFs, but we're trying to develop a menu of those so that we're ready when those guidelines do come out. We're obviously excited about Congressman Levin being on the committee. And in the month and a half that we have been working for the authority, we've met with every member of the authority's delegation in the House and Senate, as well as their staff to talk about CPFs and, the authority's concerns generally. In addition to the state response to the wildfires in California, Congressman Ken Calvert, who does not represent the county but is nearby and of course familiar with it, is developing a California-specific fire disaster appropriations bill. We don't think the timeline on this is imminent. It'll take some time for that to actually get polished and move through Congress. But we definitely have an opportunity to seek some resiliency funding and things of that nature in that process, and so we're going to be working to do so. Just earlier today, Governor Burgum of North Dakota, the nominee for Secretary of the Interior, will oversee the Bureau of Reclamation with a major impact on the Colorado River. His nomination was passed out of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee on an 18-2 vote. Senator Alex Padilla is a member of that committee and did vote in favor of Burgum's nomination. That will be certainly helpful to Senator Padilla's ability to impact Burgum and the Interior Department on Colorado River issues moving forward. Colorado was brought up by about half a dozen members of the committee, although Burgum kind of unsurprisingly really avoided making any specific commitments to any of them, as we would probably assume he would avoid. As far as legislation in Congress, we know that California's Republican delegation are looking at about an April timeline for introduction of a broad California water bill. This will probably be something similar to a bill by Congressman David Valadao of last year, which mostly governs operations of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project. But we do think it's certainly feasible for us to seek some provisions that are helpful to the authority specifically. And so we're working on identifying some opportunities to do so. And of course, as we've all probably seen in the news, it's been a very busy week in terms of executive orders. We know there's a lot of confusion about what those might mean for existing recipients of grants or entities that might seek grants moving forward. First of all, in terms of existing funding that's already been awarded, the president did issue an executive order that puts a pause on all grants from the Inflation Reduction Act and infrastructure bill that was passed several years ago. It was relatively broad, did not provide anyone with much confidence as to what the actual impact would be. Thankfully, the Office of Management and Budget issued a memo clarifying that pause applies only to specific areas identified in the memo, such as EV chargers, certain types of efficient appliances, things of that nature. We don't believe it will affect any water-related funding like that the authority received late last year. There was an executive order specific to California water. It's titled Putting People Over Fish, Stopping Radical Environmentalism to Provide Water to Southern California. It directs the Interior and Commerce agencies through the National Marine Fisheries Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Bureau of Reclamation to, I'm quoting here, route more water from the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta to other parts of the state for use by the people there who desperately need a reliable water supply. And to report to the president on progress on that effort within 90 days. That's the extent of the specificity of the executive order. So it really remains to be seen what actions the agencies will actually undertake to fulfill that direction. But we'll obviously be engaging with both departments and keeping track of how they're interpreting that. Finally, there was one executive order which will require future grant recipients to certify that they do not operate DEI programs. I don't know that that's relevant to the authority, but I'm just raising it as a likely new criteria for grant funding down the road. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions or provide written detail on any of these items that anyone might like.
We have a couple of questions in the queue. We'll start with Director Croucher.
Thank you, and this goes to both our legislative folks and our staff as well, just in regards to the recent fires and the water issues that have come forefront within that. LA discussed how they had 4 times the water demand of their historic high demands. Have we done capacity or evaluate our system along with all of our member agencies for the region to ensure that the agencies that have either limited service connections or limited local sources or supply, how they would sit in the similar situation should they have 4 times the historical high? And with that coming up, is there anything, whether it be Prop 4 funds, that we're positioning ourselves to be able to correct those deficiencies so that we would be able to address them?
So we've just started having those conversations in our member agency manager meetings, obviously as a result of what's happening in Los Angeles. I think it's really a retail agency question. In terms of the source supply, of course, we have the ability to provide the water to the agencies, but when it gets down to that level, it's really all hands on deck, I think, with how your individual system works. But we're having those conversations. To answer your question directly about the Water Authority's assessment of its own system, I don't recall if we've done that as a result of the recent fires, but all indications are that we have the full capacity to get water to our member agencies.
Okay, now mine is specifically for, as we do it, since we're a regional agency, fires don't pick which areas they're going to go onto. We're looked at, and we are the representative to the county OES system. So if we do have agencies that are part of our authority that have only, for example, one connection, is that one connection able to meet it? And I think that's where, yes, it's the responsibility of the local agency, but I think as the water authority, it's our responsibility to share with them the information that we have in regards to what the systems are capable of through that, either the one service connection, because those are different sizes and different flows, to ensure that we as an agency make sure what happened in LA doesn't happen here.
To answer the second part of your question on the funding side of it, we, as Kevin mentioned, that bill that Congressman Calvert is working on, we've already started kind of looking and gathering some ideas on, is there certain things that we're looking at that we need to do that will help us in these situations? And then Prop 4, as the categories become more, the categories are clear, but as the actual details become more clear, it's definitely something we'll be looking at on the state side too for funding. So it's kind of a work in progress.
And that's exactly what my focus was on, is that if there is funding coming available, we are able to recognize some of the deficiencies, that we address them, especially through funds that may be Prop 4 or other deals. So thank you.
Director Croucher, what I would also add that I think is relevant to this conversation is we're starting to talk with our member agency managers and internally about how we react to any sort of legislative proposals that come out as a result of the wildfires in Los Angeles. So we'd rather be proactive about that and have a plan in place rather than something sort of be force-fed to the water community as a result of all this.
Thank you. Director Myers?
Thank you. I'm not a member of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Just a quick question on, I had noted that Congressman Lemon was appointed to the Appropriations Committee. I also saw an announcement, I think yesterday, that he was then also appointed within the Appropriations Committee to the Energy and Water Development Subcommittee, which perked my interest since we're water. And so I'm curious what the jurisdiction of that subcommittee is and whether there are issues that are addressed in that subcommittee that are important and relevant to us.
Very much so, very much relevant. The Energy and Water Subcommittee has jurisdiction over entities including the Bureau of Reclamation and the Army Corps of Engineers. One place that the congressman could be particularly helpful as a member of that subcommittee and the larger committee as a whole is in the event that the authority needs clarification of criteria for funding or adjustment of criteria for existing program funding, whether we need to secure direction to an agency to complete a study or something of that nature, or whether we need a direction to an agency to operate in a slightly different manner. And Congressman can do that through something called the committee report, which accompanies the actual appropriations bill and directs the agency as to how to implement that funding.
Well, let's just be sure to leverage Congressman Levin as much as we can, since he does sit in a pretty good spot right now for us. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you, Director Myers. Director Croucher, do you have another comment? Okay. At this time, Megan?
Well, thank you, Kevin. We'll turn it over to the state side and to Alfredo's report.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Alfredo Redondo here with Resolute, based in Sacramento, part of the advocacy team on behalf of the authority. Wanted to provide a brief update on kind of the state of play with regards to legislation and a probably more relevant topic these days, the budget, including some Prop 4 updates. So the legislature has reconvened beginning in December for the current legislative session. The bill introduction deadline is not until February 21st. That's a Friday in late February, where we expect a lot more legislation to be introduced as we get closer to that date. So at this point, not a whole lot has been introduced relatively. There are a few water-related pieces legislation that we have been highlighting for staff, including SB 72, Senator Caballero's reintroduction of the proposal last year to focus on the water plan update by setting supply targets out through 15 to 20 years in the future. One of the, as mentioned by Megan, one of the bigger topics that we expect to be very much engaged on this year is water rate affordability. We do expect there to be two competing proposals. One is going to be a reintroduction by Senator Durazo on a bill that was focused on finding a funding mechanism to allow for programs at the district level to be established for providing assistance to low-income households. That measure last year was held in appropriations, and so this year we're expecting what we've been told by the office is that they're actually going to probably formulate the bill to look more like a bill authored by Senator Dodd that the Water Authority did support 2 years ago. I believe it was SB 222. And so we're still waiting to get full clarity on what that proposal will look like. And as Megan mentioned, CMUA is also now in the final stages of trying to secure an author on a proposal that has been developed by that working group to put something forward that is coming from the water community to ensure that, whatever the ultimate proposal is that makes it forward is something that is workable and implementable by water districts throughout the state. So more to come on legislation as things get introduced. Next month, we'll likely have a lot more to discuss and present on. But I wanted to turn now to the budget. So on January 10th, Governor Newsom released his proposed budget to the legislature, which overall amounts to over $320 billion for the proposed budget year, which is the highest that it's ever been. So it's a very overall kind of robust budget, one that at the time was not expected to result in an immediate deficit. However, they did note that there potentially could be some structural deficits in the out years. And I say at the time because the same day that the budget was released by the Department of Finance on January 10th, the governor was down in Southern California and Los Angeles overseeing some of the response to the LA wildfires. And so now one of the question marks moving forward is how much of an impact the wildfire response and recovery efforts will ultimately have on the budget. As a result of those wildfires, the governor and the legislature have just finalized voting on a package of budget bills that will provide up to $2.5 billion as a direct response to the ongoing wildfires and the recovery efforts to come. And it does so in a way that provides the Department of Finance a lot of flexibility to make expenditures as they go. With requirements around transparency and accountability, so reporting requirements to the legislature. But the budget bill uniquely does not articulate which departments are getting what money at this point, and that'll be up to the Department of Finance in working with, obviously, the other agencies within the administration to sort that out as it goes. As Megan mentioned, there had been conversations early on about wanting to accelerate funding from Prop 4 specific to the LA wildfire. So one of the complications there is that Proposition 4, as approved by the voters, already articulates where a lot of those allocations go and how they should be used, in some cases with more detail than in other chapters. And so the wildfire chapter within Prop 4 is $1.5 billion, and a lot of that is not really meant to address recovery. Only a couple of pots of funding within that chapter actually are written in a way that would allow for recovery efforts to be benefited from the funding in Prop 4. So it made it really complicated to see a scenario in which they would have been able to allocate those funds. And so instead, the budget bills that were passed today by the legislature and will be signed at 3:30 p.m. by the governor rely on general fund cash reserves. So currently, the projected cash reserves are $4.5 billion. This will allow for up to 2.5 of that cash reserve to be utilized for these purposes, with the expectation that the vast majority, if not all of it, would likely then be reimbursed through the federal assistance that we expect to come. So with that, I'll pause there. Oh, and I'll also mention that, as Megan articulated, we do expect that there will be some additional early action on Prop 4 appropriations, likely with the theme of the wildfires and promoting more resilient ecosystems in our natural landscapes. Starting in March and at the end of April is when we expect another set of Budget Bill Juniors that will make those appropriations, with likely more to come. So overall, in the January 10 proposal of the $10 billion in Prop 4, $2.6 billion is currently being proposed to be appropriated for all the different purposes in the enumerated chapters. So we'll have more information to share. And as Megan mentioned, that table that I put together will also be updated with more granular information and insight as to how the money is expected to be made available moving forward. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Director McMillan?
Could you say, how is the budget going to be affected by any pullbacks or changes or reduction in funding from the federal government to certain projects? That's question one. And two, what are you hearing about the President's directive on the Bay Delta water?
Yeah, great questions. I'll start with the impact of federal funding. So as it turns out, fully 1/3 of the state budget in California relies on federal funding. A lot of that is passed through, for different services that are paid for by the federal government. So should there be a considerable and credible effort at the federal level to withhold funding, that could have pretty deleterious impact on the state's ability to meet its own needs and balance the budget moving forward. So I think those conversations, at the Governor Newsom's level and counterparts in DC are continuing. And of course, the first kind of real test of that relationship moving forward will be how the Trump administration moves forward with funding for the recovery efforts related to the wildfires. To your second question, I think the general sentiment is that this is not that dissimilar from what we saw in the Trump administration's first go around. So expect to see litigation, expect to see stakeholders engaging in similar fashion as they did back in 2016. Although I think generally, it is interesting that there does seem to be some high-level alignment on a desire to move forward some of these bigger projects, whether looking at Delta conveyance or other water infrastructure conveyance projects of the like.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board members? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate the presentation. With that, we'll move on through our agenda. As I mentioned earlier, the quarterly report on public affairs activities will be pushed to next month. We have no information item, no closed session, so this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
We'll do imported water at 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Imported Water Committee, the first Imported Water Committee of our new session. And this is for our meeting of January 23, 2025. As we discuss the items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who raise hands to speak. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all of your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through the agenda. Marisol, can you please call the roll?
Chair Myers.
Present.
Vice Chair Madaffer.
Here.
Vice Chair Steiner.
Here.
Directors Boyd Hodson. Castaneda.
Here.
Croucher.
Here.
Fong Sakai. Heidemann.
Here.
Katz? Is absent. Miller?
Here.
Paul?
Yes, President.
Querom?
Here.
Scalzetti?
Here.
Serrano?
Here.
Chair Myers, you have a quorum of the committee.
All right, thank you very much. Any additions to the agenda? I don't see any additions, and we'll move on. Public comment. Are there any members of the public present or online who would like to speak on any topics related to the Imported Water Committee meeting today?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star if you are listening by phone. Chair, there are no speakers.
All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the chair's report. I just first want to say that we have an absolutely terrific committee. The folks that are on it are so experienced, and I really am looking forward to working on it. I want to thank again Chair Serrano for the opportunity to chair the committee, and I really do look forward to working with everyone on it. The next 2 years are pretty unique, really. It's really lining up as being really big in the imported water area, from the Colorado River compact negotiations that are going to be coming to a head during the next 2 years, to the continued development of our relationship with the Metropolitan Water District and working with our delegates there, and the state water project issues and the tunnel and all of the things that are going on with that. So it's going to be a really interesting committee and really interesting to see where this goes for the next couple of years. I think internally, I think it's important to highlight how General Manager Denham has consolidated imported into a newly formed imported water department. And if you didn't have an opportunity to see, or if you weren't on the board at the time, I think it was in December, that the general manager sent out a pretty detailed memo laying out the new department and how it was going to work. I'd suggest you take a look at it, or ask staff to provide you with a copy if you haven't had a chance to see it. Then in that email, the general manager announced that Mina Westford who has served as Director of Strategic Initiatives, is now the new Director of Imported Water. And imported water is a new department. I don't know, you're going to call it IWC. I know you guys love your acronyms, so.
Well, truth be told, we still have the nameplate of imported water back for when there wasn't imported water when this building was constructed.
All right.
So we don't have to make many changes.
Okay, we save money.
Yes.
That's great. So under imported water, Alexi Schnell, Colorado River Program Manager, will continue to lead the quantification settlement agreement matters and serve as the QSA JPA Chief Administrative Officer, and Liz Mendelson-Husens is serving as acting MWD Program Manager. So feel free to work with them if you have questions regarding those programs. The merging of these two divisions under one department head will help the authority look at our imported water supplies together and not in silos, as we meet the challenges of water reliability and water affordability as it relates to our imported sources of water. I look forward to working with, and all of us do, working with IWC Director Westford, and our imported water team, including our Colorado River Board reps, MWD delegates, along with the board leadership on our imported water issues. So again, I'm really excited to be chairing and really look forward to this committee for the next couple of years. Do we have any vice chair comments?
I'm just glad to see you're finally chairing this committee.
Well, thank you.
I'm just remembering all the times that he was going to chair it, and then the meeting got canceled.
Yeah,
or he
we'll
got
see how many
moved.
times I'm
No
bumped.
disrespect to the former chair, Mr. Miller.
Let's
It's
see how
just
many
funny.
times I'm bumped.
He got
this
bumped a
time.
lot of times, folks, and so he's finally sitting in the chair.
Any other directors have any comments or would like to share anything at this time? All right. We'll move to the consent calendar, and there are no items on the consent calendar this month. Is that correct? All right. So we move right to action, discussion, and presentation items. We have four. First, With respect to MWD issues and activities update, we have our MWD delegates report. And first up is Director Miller.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. As I understand, we got some new faces here, and I just want to acknowledge that Vicki Querum is her last day today, so we'll miss you as you go forward. So thanks for being here and being part of the board. As many of us know, our general manager has been pursuing not really selling water, but exchanging water. At Met, for the first time, they are talking about I'm going to say selling. It's really not selling, but I guess it is. Water, and we have been under the premise over the past 6 months because that we would sell Colorado River water or exchange it with somebody for money for the pure water or something along that lines. What has transpired was brought to us the last board meeting was selling water out of the Delta. And what threw us for kind of a curve was they're planning on selling the water for $300 an acre foot. And as we all know, the going rate to buy Met water down here or the other areas is about $900, $950 an acre foot for all water. So it kind of took us back that we'd sell water for $300 an acre foot. However, you have to take into consideration we're not going to move that water. So all the costs that we normally would incur moving that water wouldn't apply to it. In the last budget cycle, it was proposed to sell $60 million a year for 2 years of excess water to solve our budget crisis. So this is one of the things they've come up with to try to solve that budget crisis. I think the board up there is in general in favor of moving the excess water we have because we are at about 3.5 million acre foot of water in storage, which is a lot of water just to have sitting in reservoirs and groundwater. So we're in favor of it, but there was quite a discussion over the selling it at $300 an acre foot. And there was a lot of talk. It wasn't just the delegates that were concerned about it. Personally, I'm in favor of moving some of that water because we paid for it, but this is a different way of selling it. As Dan Denham knows, I'm in favor of excess water being moved to areas that need it. So it's a step in the right direction, but the query is about what we're going to sell it for. So given that financial situation, that may be a way to get them out of a hole. And that's all I have to report on that subject. Thank you.
Any questions regarding Director Miller's report? All right, we then have the report of Director Fong Sakai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies from our delegate, Gail Goldberg. She's been representing us today up at the Metropolitan offices. We did have a board meeting this morning. And so she has been up there since Monday, so thank you, Gail, for letting the rest of us breathe. Yesterday, Met provided updates on its proposed Pure Water Southern California program. The Pure Water SoCal benefits are based on a high demand scenario. And typically, they've been concentrating on Scenario D from Metropolitan Water District's 2020 IRP, which projects Met water sales increasing by 750,000 acre feet from where they are currently tracking. As described, the program is mostly for groundwater replenishment, but is also as a climate adaptation measure. What was surprising to me in yesterday's report is that most of the initial water supply would offset recycled water that's already being produced by existing local agencies. We did also have a presentation on Metropolitan Water District's surface storage study. So they're using the same high water sales scenario to support the need for the projects. So our delegates and other board members, we've continued to advocate that these projects be considered holistically as part of the Camp for Water and Metropolitan's business model processes and planning. And as part of these processes, we've been urging Met to update their data and assumptions, including the high demand scenario for projecting what the supply gaps are going to be, to ensure that Met makes the right size investments to match member agencies' needs and willingness to pay. So our major focus is on keeping our Met membership and services affordable while ensuring Met's fiscal sustainability. And over the last few days, we've been spending a lot of time regarding the general manager. And this morning, we had voted to continue the general manager's paid administrative leave to continue until our next board meeting. I have no other items to report at this time.
Any questions? The only comment that I'll make is relating to the demand scenarios. I think that one of the most important items that I hope that we can help out at MWD is get us to the right projections on demand, and for MWD to be basing its projects and its decisions and ergo its costs based upon correct demand projections as opposed to demand projections right now that are based upon 2020 estimates that are wildly off on where we actually are right now. So I'm sure that's going to be a continuing part of our discussion. All right, on to the next item. We have the Metropolitan Water District financial update. As we know, MWD's finances have a big impact on our own water rates. They certainly trickle down to us. I'm going to turn this item over to Mina Westford to provide us with some context, and so she can do more to introduce her team and talk about the next topic.
Thank you, Chair Myers, and Happy New Year's, everybody. Today, we are going to provide you with the 6-month update from Metropolitan's budget. We realize we're starting early, as it's only 6 months into their 2-year budget cycle, but it would be good to get a sense of what we're seeing in terms of their spending and their water sales trends and what that's looking like, as Chair Myers said. Since there's so many new faces here today, I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Liz Mendelson-Husen, who was recently promoted to Acting Metropolitan Program Manager. She has worked here for almost 13 years and has been a great resource to me as we navigate through the many different processes and programs that are happening simultaneously at Metropolitan. So go ahead, Liz. Thank you.
Thanks, Mina, for that introduction. Good afternoon, Chair Myers and board members. Today I'll give you an update on Met's financial situation, including projections for fiscal year 2025 and some challenges for the upcoming 2-year budget and rate setting cycle and beyond. The accompanying memo for this presentation can be found starting on page 203 of your board packet. Last November, Met provided projections for how fiscal year 2025 was tracking. Met sales were tracking below 1 million acre-feet, or about 100,000 acre-feet below its budget. This is the primary driver for Met projecting revenues to come in under budget by more than $150 million. Even though expenditures were also tracking below budget, Met projected it will withdraw from reserves and that they will drop to $227 million, about $48 million above the estimated minimum. Board members raised concerns about the next 2-year rates and budget, including wanting to understand rate pressures and the magnitude of potential rate increases for the 2027 and 2028 rates. In response, the next month, Met staff presented on challenges facing the 27 and 28 2-year budget and rates. I've highlighted some of those challenges that Met reported on, including the potential for water sales to continue to be suppressed. You can see the downward trend of Met's water sales in the bar chart on the top right of this slide. Another challenge Met presented is the need for more capital funding to maintain its aging infrastructure. On the bottom left of this slide, you can see Met projections from the last budget and rate setting cycle that its CIP costs will increase over the next 10 or so years. And as you may recall, through Met's ongoing long-term planning effort, Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water, or CAMP for Water, Met is considering new supply and climate adaptation investments. Director Miller mentioned one of those investments, Pure Water, Southern California. The bottom right graph offers you a sense of the impact of Met's CIP if the first phase of that program were implemented. That's that big pink mountain on that graph. In the table, you can see some of the other large supply and climate adaptation projects that MET is considering, or which combined would cost it tens of billions of dollars. Since Camp for Water intends to integrate MET's long-term resources, financial, and climate planning, part of CAMP includes the ongoing business model review and refinement process. This process is evolving. Back in July, the board leadership in the Camp for Water process commissioned the 26-member agency general managers to form an ad hoc working group to examine and offer proposals on business model issues. Now the business model is being broken into 3 sub-working groups focusing on specific groups of issues, which you can get a sense of with those 3 arrow bullets on this slide. These subgroups are being run and managed by Metropolitan staff. The Water Authority is actively engaged in the board and staff level efforts related to Camp for Water and the business model. The Water Authority is focused on these processes being supported by complete and updated data and analysis, and that MET develops strategies to cost effectively meet the member agency's current and future needs. In particular, the Water Authority believes one way MET may cost effectively meet member agencies' needs is by optimizing existing resources. We will come back as needed to keep the Imported Water Committee informed on these processes and their key outcomes. And the reason we present information like this and continue to stay vigilant on MET items is because they have a direct impact on our costs and rates. For example, in our current 2-year budget, MET costs account for 26% of our costs. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? I don't see anyone in the speaker's queue at this point. Okay, thank you. Next is the Colorado River Basin Issues Update. And who is going to be presenting?
Thank you, Chair Myers. Next up, we wanted to take this opportunity to brief the board on the status of the negotiations amongst the Colorado River Basin states regarding the post-2026 operating guidelines. These are important to us as they are the cornerstone of the future of the operations of both Glen Canyon and Hoover Dam. So this is timely because while we're only, and I say only, 1.5 years away from when these guidelines are going to expire, we still do not have a 7-basin state consensus, and we are trying to get prepared during this transitional period between federal administrations. So today, to present to you on Reclamation's hot off the press alternatives report for the post-2026 guidelines and strategies is Ms. Alexi Schnell, our Colorado River Program Manager. Alexi has worked for the Water Authority since 2008 and manages all of our quantification settlement agreements and associated environmental obligations and programs. Alexi.
Thank you, Mina. Good afternoon, Chair Myers, members of the committee and board. The corresponding memo for this presentation can be found in the supplemental materials starting on page 93. Okay, so as Mina mentioned, this presentation focuses on the development of the new set of guidelines to manage the Colorado River and its 2 primary reservoirs, Lakes Mead and Powell, beyond 2026 when the current set of guidelines expire. Those guidelines, known as the 2007 interim guidelines, manage river operations, most notably during times of shortage. In addition to the 2007 interim guidelines, there is the 2019 Drought Contingency Plan, or known as the DCP, that provides an additional layer of reductions to the guidelines. And then there are the binational agreements that establish Mexico's share of reductions. All of those, as listed atop there on the slide, come to an end after 2026. So the post-26 guidelines currently being developed, those will address releases from Lake Powell to Lake Mead, determine shortage operations, and the potential for storage. So the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation is leading the development of the new guidelines through the environmental review process. So here, this timeline shows the steps to date in the development of those post-26 guidelines. It was in June 23 that Reclamation formally initiated the process towards drafting the environmental impact statement that will become the basis for the guidelines. And then in December of 2023, Reclamation Commissioner Camille Touton called on the stakeholders, largely the upper and lower basins, to work towards developing a consensus-based approach and set a deadline of March 2024 to submit proposals. The basin states did talk on that, and they, however, they attempted but did not reach a consensus. And without that, the upper basin states, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico, provided a proposal. And then separately, the lower basin states, California, Nevada, and Arizona, provided a separate proposal. And noting that other stakeholders, including tribes and environmental groups, also presented proposals to Reclamation. So while it was anticipated that Reclamation would have a draft EIS released by December of 2024, that didn't happen, and instead in November, Reclamation released a list of 5 alternatives that they're looking at and considering for that environmental impact statement. Last Friday, Reclamation released a alternatives report that provides additional data information on those alternatives. And like Mina said, that is hot off the presses, so that is still being reviewed by staff here and other stakeholders. But in the meantime, I also wanted to mention that this is most recent, that yesterday a letter was sent by the Basin State Senators to the Basin State Commissioners, urging them to work towards that 7-state consensus agreement. So here, these tables highlight what was included, the main criteria, or the highlighted criteria from the proposals that the Upper Basin and Lower Basin submitted last year. So before I talk about the current alternatives, I just want to highlight some of the points here from those proposals. So for the Lower Basin proposal, any shortages would be based on a holistic approach that looked at elevations in 7 major reservoirs system-wide in both the upper and lower basins, not just Powell and Meade, which is what is currently looked at. Based on certain elevation triggers, the lower basin states would agree to take on up to 1.5 million acre-feet of reductions, and then larger reductions triggered by worsening elevation levels would lead to reductions from 1.5 million acre-feet up to 3.9 million acre-feet, but importantly, would be shared by both basins. And then looking at the Upper Basin proposal, their concepts, they had any reductions would be based solely on elevation levels in Meade and Powell, as is under the current operations. And then the Lower Basin would face reductions up to 3.9 million acre-feet, based on those elevation triggers, certain elevation triggers. But importantly, as I said, there would be no reductions to the Upper Basin. So neither the Upper Basin or Lower Basin proposals were carried forward by Reclamation as any of the 5 alternatives that we're going to look at. But the Lower Basin is still advocating for the priorities that are shown here as discussions continue. So shown here is the list of the 5 alternatives released by Reclamation in November and that are included in that alternatives report recently released. I want to note that each action proposal includes reductions to the Lower Basin at certain trigger elevations, but again, no reductions required of the Upper Basin. So the first, the no action alternative, this alternative would manage operations in much the same way as the river was managed prior to the 2007 interim guidelines. And this would not be adequate to address shortage conditions on the river. But this is part of the environmental review process. You always look at the no action alternative. The next one, the federal authorities alternative, Reclamation states this method is meant to protect critical infrastructure. And then the federal authorities hybrid, Reclamation states this alternative is meant to protect critical infrastructure while also supporting resources such as hydropower and recreation. And noting here that reductions would be distributed pro rata, which is in conflict with the law of the river or the priority rights system. And then the next one, the cooperative conservation alternative. This alternative takes into consideration the Lower Basin proposal of considering hydrology on a system-wide approach, so looking at the 7 reservoirs rather than just Meade and Powell. Reductions would be based on the priority system, but it should be noted that this alternative does include the largest level of reductions to the lower basin. And then the last one there, the basin hybrid alternative. Reclamation states that this alternative is designed to reflect components from both the upper basin and lower basins and tribes. But this alternative would analyze reductions using both priority right and pro rata. So again, pro rata is inconsistent with the law of the river. Now, this table shows the variations between the alternatives in terms of annual release volumes to Lake Mead based on the conditions on the river, the maximum level of reductions that would be assigned to the lower basin based on shortage conditions, and the level of flexibility built into each alternative. The second column shows that range of reductions to the lower basin, and importantly, there are no reductions, again, as I've said, to the upper basin in any of these alternatives. The table further highlights the two alternatives that allow for interstate transactions within each basin, Federal Authorities Hybrid and Basin Hybrid. And then there's the one alternative, Cooperative Conservation, that will also analyze interbasin transactions. So following Reclamation's release of the five alternatives in November, the lower basin sent a response to Reclamation and has requested that Reclamation include an analysis of each alternative as far as compliance with the Colorado River Compact, the foundation of law of the river. One of the main requirements under the compact is the delivery to the lower basin of 75 million acre feet every 10 years on a rolling basis. So the idea was the ask to have each alternative looked at in terms of how that would be carried through. So in conclusion, for next steps, Reclamation is expected to release the draft EIS for the post-26 guidelines this year. We don't yet have a confirmation on when that date will be, when that report will be released. Once released, there will be a public comment period before the EIS is finalized. Efforts are still ongoing, as Mina was saying, between the basin states, Mexico, and tribes to reach a consensus-based proposal. So concurrently with the EIS being prepared, those discussions are still going on. It's Reclamation's goal to have a record of decision on the new guidelines by August of 2026. So this is about another 1.5 year process or longer. The Water Authority remains engaged in the process, of course, working with the Colorado River Board and our California partners to analyze the current alternatives. And our focus is on protecting the law of the river, on California's senior rights, while promoting greater flexibility in the river's management under the new guidelines. And this would include incorporating tools that allow for water transfers and exchanges. It also includes advocating for seawater desalination to be part of a mix of long-term solutions to support the river. And I want to add that staff will be providing the board with informational presentations over the coming months that are aimed to provide more on the history of river operations as it relates to basin-wide discussions and decisions that will be made over the next 2 years. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Alexi. Questions? I have Director Miller.
Thank you, Chair Myers. The question, back on the proposals, it uses a number that both of us use of 3.9 million acre feet. How does Mexico figure in that 3.9 million acre feet, or does it?
I don't have that in front of me here. I would have to look.
So my question is, and maybe Mina can answer,
Yeah.
does that cut include Mexico's share, or is that just the lower basin share?
So the cuts that, all of the restrictions that are in all 5 of the alternatives only impacts the lower basin. So we are not happy that they are not taking into consideration the lower basin's alternative. You know, one of the things that I'd like to make sure we point out is the lower basin has consistently and steadily reduced consumptive use for more than a decade. That includes our QSA, and that's why Metropolitan has so much water stored behind Lake Mead. And to your point, Director Miller, that's what we've paid for, right? The conservation to allow for that. Consumptive use in the lower basin in 2023 was about 6 million acre feet. So that's the lowest that it's ever been since 1983, and 1.7 million acre feet lower than the basin's complete allocation. So when we look at, the cuts on top of that Reclamation is proposing in their alternatives, it's untenable for us. It would take us down another 3 million acre feet, and I don't know how we would be able to manage that without severe economic damages to our basin.
Yeah, so for the newer members, we're talking 15 million total going down the river, and we get 7.5, and the upper gets 7.5. The upper only uses 4.5 of their allotment, and we have habitually used our allotment or more, and we've been cutting water back quite a bit, as Mina said, like 1.5 million acre foot. To take another 3.9 million acre feet would put us, the whole Southern California, down into the 3 million to 4 million acre feet. And the upper basin does not want to cut anything. As Mina says, that'd be untenable, but it is not good for us to even contemplate that. Mexico does get some of the water. I forget how many acre feet. That's why I asked if that was part of the 3.9. But
Director Miller, what I would add to all this is, for the first question, they get 1.5 million acre feet of water. Everything between the basin states and Mexico will be governed by the treaty between Mexico and the U.S. And I think that if we have something to look at from the past that could guide us along, it would be that treaty minute and minute 323 and the drought contingency plan that they voluntarily participated in some time ago. That would be the roadmap for Mexico. But those conversations are parallel to the basin states.
Yes, in our lower basin proposal, Mexico takes a cut of 250,000 acre feet of their proportion.
yeah, and the Met has a surplus in the lake of almost, I believe it's 1.5 million feet right now. Otherwise, the lake wouldn't be where it is at, I think, probably around 34%. So if Met ever pulled that 1.5 million feet out, it'd probably drop the reservoir somewhere between 10 and 15 feet. So there's been a lot done by the South to keep that reservoir where it is, and it's kind of a slap in the face to the lower basin to make a proposal where we're agreeing to take cuts and then have the northern basin states say, thanks a lot, have a good day, we're not cutting anything. So that's where we're at.
They don't only want to not cut, but they're also showing that they're going to grow into their entitlement. So they have a lot of development going on in those 4 other states.
Okay. Director Freehoff?
Thank you, Chair. Not a member of the committee. Appreciate the update. Sort of at a high level, trying to understand the differences between the lower and upper basin states and what the issue is. And what sounds like it is the issue of shortages, and that right now the upper basin states are required to make a certain amount of delivery to the lower basin states, and they don't like that idea. I mean, I guess I'm just asking at a high level, what are keeping us apart?
Right, that's correct, Director Freehoff. The upper basin, by the law of the river, by the compact, is required to provide a volume of water to the lower basin, and they feel that the lower basin has the right to say, if that isn't provided to us, they can do what's called a compact call, and by the law of the river, the upper basin needs to supply that water. But the upper basin's point is that they are limited in their water to what comes from nature. The snowpack up in the Rockies is their reservoir. And so there's a difference in opinion on how to interpret the law of the river, or interpret how that obligation should be met and what the criteria are.
Is that the main issue that's keeping the parties apart?
Yeah, I mean, that's
okay.
Very loosely, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, that just granular level. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, there's no one else in queue. I guess I have a couple questions. I think maybe just, again, for a lot of the newer folks here on the board, these 5 alternatives that came from the Bureau of Reclamation, those aren't necessarily have to be one of the alternatives that ends up being the newly negotiated compact. Do they still expect the basin states to continue with negotiations, and their desire is for us to work it out on our own? Or at what point do they start taking control and command of the situation?
Well, absolutely. I think it is in everyone's best interest, and I think that's been definitely been expressed by Reclamation, by everyone, that everyone wants there to be a consensus. It's just getting to that point that's difficult, and has been the case for the last few years. Each time there's been a deadline associated with anything to do with this management of the river, Reclamation has said, Upper Basin, Lower Basin, please come together, come to a consensus. And that hasn't happened so far, but that definitely is the goal. And Reclamation is preparing this draft environmental document concurrently with these discussions that are definitely still going on with the Upper Basin, Lower Basin, Mexico, and tribes. Hopeful that we can come to a consensus before the feds would have to step in and say, yep, sorry, this is what you're doing. And the alternatives that are in the draft EIS, those alternatives that they have released to date, they can definitely look at something different. We just have to be able to present them with something that everyone can agree on, or they're going to end up telling us what to do.
So, Chair Myers, agree with what Alexi's saying. They encourage us to come up with the 7 basin states consensus. However, if Reclamation only models the 5 alternatives that they have proposed, which is not satisfactory to us, that's what they have to put in the NEPA document, and that's what goes into the ROD. They can't, just come up with anything else unless they model it. And so, because we're under this tight deadline, we have to get a consensus agreement that we would like them to model so that they can actually put it in their draft EIS and then later on in the final NEPA document.
So I know it's a little hypothetical, but in terms of timeline, what are we talking about? And I think Director Madaffer may, and I don't want to get ahead a little bit with what going on with the negotiations, but if we're sitting here a year from now and we're still not anywhere, I mean, at what point does Reclamation decide to just say we're going to move forward and we're going to make the call for you guys?
With the new administration, it's uncertain. They could scrap all 5 alternatives and start all over. We think that these things take a long time, so we have a year and a half. If they miss the deadline post 2026, we go back to the 1970 operation guidelines. What happens in 2026 is not just the 2007 interim guidelines, but the DCP, all the treaties get canceled out. They all expire at the end of 2026.
All right.
So I think what I would add to all of that, Director Myers, is I don't suspect it will go back to the 70s. But Reclamation has threatened to sort of drop the hammer on the upper and lower basin in the past. And it seems that there's always been an event that's occurred that has allowed them to back off a little bit and not make that such a firm deadline. I think that interesting, at least from my perspective this time around, with the new administration plus Congress, there could be an act of Congress that, as Mina alluded to, changes absolutely everything. Right? So that's what I think all parties want to candidly avoid, and that's what's been done in the past through consensus-based proposals.
Thank you. Director Boyd-Hodgkins.
Thank you, Chair Myers. For the benefit of the public and my own education as a new board member, can you please remind me how the 7.5 million acre feet to the lower basin is allocated? And historically, has the lower basin been in agreement with that allocation?
So we have a series of the law of the river, and basically the upper basin gets 7.5 million acre feet and the lower basin gets 7.5 million acre feet, and then 1944 the Mexico Treaty gives them 1.5 million acre feet. So out of the 7.5 million acre feet in the lower basin, California has the senior rights at 4.4 million acre feet. Arizona has 2.8 million acre feet as a junior user, and the Southern Nevada has 300,000 acre feet. which is almost the amount that we have in our QSA supplies that we bring in from the Colorado River. And that was done in the 1920s, 30s. Actually, after the 1968 Boulder Canyon, when California versus Arizona, that kind of settled where Arizona's proportion came from.
And the 4.4 to California, how is that allocated?
So also senior priority rights, where PVID, Palo Verde Irrigation District, has the highest rights. Imperial Irrigation District has higher rights, 3.1 million to Imperial Irrigation District. Coachella Valley Water District has, I can't remember exactly, 2 million acre feet, perhaps. I don't remember that. And then Metropolitan Water District has lower priority at like 550,000 acre feet.
Anyone else? All right. I don't see anyone else in the queue. I guess this just circles back to the comment I made earlier that we don't know what's going to happen in terms of what our ultimate allocation is, and that goes right back to what our projected water sales might be, both in San Diego and with MWD. If our allocation is significantly reduced and we're selling less water, that circles right back to projects and where we're going to have to go in the future. So it's very difficult to plan, but all of this has to be thought of very holistically. We have all these different pieces going on that we've been talking about today, and all of this, we try to do our best to kind of figure it all out. It's difficult. So thank you for those reports. That was excellent. We'll now move on to Director Medaffer on the Colorado River Board Representatives Report. And if I could ask for those who are new, if you could explain a little bit what the board is and what its role is in this whole thing.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Myers. And first, just to go back to something, are we going to be in the same position a year from now? And to expand on what General Manager Denham said, hopefully not, because the last thing you want is people in black robes making decisions or politicians making decisions that might be counter to what's important for our region. But do I think things will be settled a year from now? Probably not. It'll probably get right up to the wire before things finally come together. The Colorado River Board was established many a moon ago, actually not that long ago, in the last 45 years, to basically, and it's in State Water Code, to basically represent the interests of the state of California and our allocation pursuant to the Compact of 1922, where the water was divvied up between the upper basin, the 4 states there, and the lower basin. The lower basin consists of 3 states, California, Arizona, and Nevada. The upper basin, Wyoming, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico. And what's at issue right now, and we'll get into my presentation, we'll show it in a moment, is really the diversity. You've got basically the nation's breadbasket is served by the lower basin. All of the crops produced in the Imperial Valley are on the plates of salads for the people sitting there in Washington, D.C. making the rules, or even Colorado or any of the upper basin folks. We provide food for the rest of the country. And the problem is the upper basin isn't using as much of their water. And because they aren't using as much of their water, they think we're using too much. And historically, we were using too much. But we've actually figured out ways to cut back, the QSA being one of them. Remember this, anytime you hear about the QSA water, it is 100% conserved water. Water that used to be just off to the side, we're now getting credit for it. I could go on, I'll stop there, but the Colorado River Board of California appoints a commissioner, the chair of the board, J.B. Hanby, he's from the Imperial Irrigation District, and he represents the state amongst the other 6 basin states in these negotiations. And each state has a commissioner, and those commissioners are known as the governor's representative for that given state. And the bottom line is those representatives collectively, and only them collectively, ultimately will make the decision with input from their respective boards and commissions as to exactly how things will go in this negotiation. And as Ms. Westford said, she's absolutely right. The worry we have with the 2026 guidelines not being met is the cancellation of things such as DCP and these other issues, which would be very problematic for us across the board. And not only do we have to worry about divvying up between the upper and the lower basin, the Republic of Mexico also has rights to the river, and it's very important for us to also be cognizant of that. Given the new administration and the rhetoric you hear out there, we've got to be really sensitive as to what we do. So hopefully it's resolved amongst the commissioners. On the screen here, share a few photos for those of you that are familiar with the Colorado River Users Association. Let's go to the next slide. We meet every year. We did at our last meeting, we recognized the outgoing commissioner, Camille Tootin. We had a great opportunity there where we honored her. This was a group that was taken with Chair Serrano, Vice Chair Hilliker, Chair Emeritus Katz, Mr. Denham, where we presented her a framed picture of the San Vicente Dam and Reservoir, which really continues to show the example of the investments this region has made to where we have the resilient supplies that we have. Also in attendance were Director Heidemann, who is our alternate on the Colorado River Board of California, as well as Directors Miller and Scalzitti. And we really do thank Camille for her leadership and future endeavors. And I hope the next commissioner from the Bureau is from California. We'll see what happens. That's all happening behind the scenes. Next slide. This is a graphic that really just shows you, as I was speaking earlier, the conservation. And we committed to conserve, when I say we, the state of California and the Colorado River Board, committed to conserve 1.6 million acre feet in Lake Mead by 2026 to really ultimately, between the other lower basin states, Nevada and Arizona, collective conservation of 3 million acre feet in the river by 2026. And I'll sound a little political for a minute. For the record, the upper basin hasn't committed to conserving really much of anything. But that's part of the fight that we're in the middle of right now. And really the whole idea on the conservation is to stabilize our take from the Colorado River, by really where we're going from, on our way now to that 1.6 million acre foot goal. And it's really all important, whether it's things that you've heard Mr. Denham and Mina and others talk about in our conservation efforts and the deals that we've made with MWD, the fact that we have a desal plant, all of those things ultimately take water, keep water on the river. The city's San Diego Pure Water, what Oceanside is doing, all of those types of projects ultimately contribute. Same thing with the Padre project. And that includes, on the next slide, the Water Authority. And as we talk about there, as you know, we did the 50,000 acre foot of QSA supplies. That went back onto the Colorado River. That was done in 23. We did the same thing just this last year. And we have to thank really the last administration for that. We hope that we can be able to continue these same efforts going forward. But this is why I think with Mr. Denham as general manager now, we're going to see and take advantage of that QSA water that we have to really help bolster supplies on the Colorado River. I think that's it, Mr. Chair. Happy to answer any questions.
We have no information items this month. We have no closed session in our committee, and therefore we are adjourned.
Water planning in 5 minutes.
And woke up.
All right, we'll get started here with water planning. It's a new year, same rules. Welcome to the Water Planning and Environmental Committee. As we discuss the items today on agenda, I will be calling on the directors to raise their hands, and I'll draw the members of the committee first and then the non-committee members second. Suzanne, can you call the roll, please?
Chair Miller,
Here.
Vice Chair Freehoff,
Present.
Vice Chair Vespi, Directors Castaneda,
Here.
Lines, here, Macedo,
Present.
McMillan, Myers,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes, President.
Roback, Scalzitti,
President.
Wall,
Here.
Supervisor Desmond. Chair Miller, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you. I don't have any additions to the agenda. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any item listed on the Water Planning and Environmental Committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. We have none.
Thank you. I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome the new members. I know we've got a lot of new faces in here, and we're still acquiring new faces. So I, encourage our staff to bring everybody up to speed. I know you have a welcoming meeting, and they do give you a lot of information, which is a lot to digest. I'd like to thank my new vice chairs, Dana Freehoff and Matt Vespi, who I will be leaning on over the next coming months. In March, the committee will adopt a work plan for the next 2 years, and I look forward to working with all of you to successfully implement that plan. I have one comment. I have a neck surgery on February 3rd, and so I will plan on being here for the board meeting in February, but that all depends on whether I can get here and how well I move around. So, consent calendars. We have no items on the consent calendars. Oh, by the way, do any of you on the committee have anything you'd like to say? Seeing no hands. Under action and discussion, up first, we have Jeremy Crutchfield, Water Resources Manager, who I exercised at CRUA to no length of time. Jeremy was very cordial and knows a lot about the business of water. He'll start the presentation on the 2024 Master Plan, California Environmental Quality Act, and Climate Action Plan, and he will be joined by 2 other speakers to deliver the presentation. Jeremy, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Chair Miller, and good afternoon, members of the board and committee. My name is Jeremy Crutchfield. I'm a Water Resources Manager here at the Water Authority. This presentation will provide background on 2 separate reviews that we did in parallel with the 2024 Water Facilities Master Plan, and the item can be found on page 211 of your board packet. I'm going to kick this off, and then I'll hand it off to a couple staff, Sean Paver, Principal Water Resources Specialist in our environmental section, and Anjali Corcovelos, our Senior Water Resources Specialist in Facilities Planning. And they're going to talk about the environmental document and Climate Action Plan update. Next slide, please. So staff has provided numerous updates to the board on the development of the 2024 Water Facilities Master Plan. The last was in August, where we presented details on the 10 recommendations coming out of the master plan. These recommendations consisted of 2 policies, 2 planning studies, and 6 capital improvement projects that focus on system optimization and operational resiliency. Sean and Anjali's presentation is intended to provide some background on how we incorporate these recommendations into the environmental and climate action plan reviews. So with that, I'll have Sean come up and kick it off with CEQA.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Good afternoon. My name is Sean Paver, Principal Water Resource Specialist, and I wanted to start by providing a quick introduction to the California Environmental Quality Act, typically referred to as CEQA, and some background on the CEQA documents we have developed for the master plan over the past 2 decades. So CEQA is a state law that requires California public agencies to assess the environmental impact of proposed projects. Its intent was to inform the public and decision makers about potential environmental impacts that projects may have, and also provide measures to reduce those impacts if possible. In 2003, the Water Authority developed the 2003 Regional Water Facilities Master Plan, which outlined the facilities and projects needed to ensure a safe and reliable water supply to the region. Because the master plan identified projects, facilities, and improvements, and it was approved by the board, it was required to be reviewed under CEQA. For the 2003 master plan, the Water Authority prepared and adopted a programmatic environmental impact report. In 2013, the Water Authority built off the 2003 master plan and developed the 2013 Regional Water Facilities Optimization and Master Plan Update. During development of the 2013 master plan, the Water Authority also prepared the 2014 Climate Action Plan, and Anjali will be speaking about that a little bit more in just a moment. To comply with CEQA, the Water Authority tiered off of or built off of the 2003 programmatic EIR and prepared and adopted the 2013 supplemental EIR. Under the CEQA guidelines, a CEQA addendum may be prepared instead of another EIR when only minor technical changes are needed and when there are no new significant environmental impacts. The Water Authority's administrative code delegates to staff the responsibility to determine whether previously certified EIR sufficiently covers a project and delegates approval of addendums to staff. Oh, thank you. For the 2024 Facilities Water Master Plan, we continue to build off the previous planning documents and are focusing on risk reduction, resiliency, and reliability. Because of this, the projects identified in the plan are smaller in scale than those identified in the previous versions, or there are projects that have been carried forward from the previous plans and had yet to be constructed. Staff has reviewed the projects and activities, reviewed baseline surveys, and the environmental analysis from the 2003 and the 2013 EIRs. Based on a review, we determined the potential environmental impacts associated with the 2024 master plan projects and the 2024 climate action plan were adequately described in the previous CEQA documents, and only minor changes are needed, and there are no new environmental impacts. Therefore, staff determined the previously certified EIRs were sufficient under CEQA and begun preparation of Addendum 1 to address these minor changes and additions. Now I'll go ahead and turn it over to Anjali, who will talk about the Climate Action Plan.
Good afternoon. My name is Anjali Korkavelos, and I'm going to cover the 2024 Climate Action Plan, which I'll refer to today as the CAP throughout my presentation. So starting with the purpose of the CAP, we use it as a centerpiece of our sustainability to track greenhouse gas emissions, compare those emissions to the state of California's climate planning policies, and then look at opportunities to reduce emissions. Our first CAP was approved by the board in 2014, which accounted for future projects listed in the 2013 master plan. Following board approval of our first CAP, staff has continued with CAP updates every 5 years. In 2019, the Water Authority completed an update that accounted for new regulations. And lastly, the CAP that we are going to talk about today is the latest update, which forecasts emissions according to future projects identified in the 2024 master plan. To reiterate what Sean just mentioned, the master plan recommendations do not have a significant influence on our emissions, and this CAP is primarily an update on emissions since the prior 2019 CAP, and it also identifies potential reduction strategies. Next slide. So our CAP is just one tool of an overall agency-wide strategy to address climate change. There are two modes to address climate change. One is to adapt, and the other is to mitigate or prevent climate change. First click, please. We have various plans and programs that adapt to climate change, as shown on the right. Next click, please. And we also have plans or programs that both mitigate and adapt to climate change, as shown in the center. And lastly, there's our Climate Action Plan, which is a standalone plan that ties in efforts from our energy management as well as our water conservation, as well as our climate action planning efforts, and compares our emissions to reduction targets, which I'll go over later in today's presentation. So as mentioned earlier, we update our plan every 5 years, starting in 2014, with every other plan executed in-house. In addition, we conduct annual inventories in-house to monitor the progress of our emissions inventory. And we started reporting our emissions in 2019 and annually thereafter to the Climate Registry, which operates North America's largest voluntary registry for greenhouse gas emissions. This approach makes our climate action planning process a living process. Therefore, no standalone CAP represents a concrete path for the future, and the progress is routinely evaluated. Next slide. So our previous and current CAPs consider state legislation for greenhouse gas targets, which I'll go over here. Our 2014 CAP addressed Assembly Bill 32 to meet the state's targets by 2020. And our 2019 cap, as well as our current 2024 cap, addressed Senate Bill 32 to meet the state's targets by 2030. And lastly, our current 2024 cap has addressed Assembly Bill 1279 to meet the state's targets of net zero emissions, also known as carbon neutrality, by 2045. Next slide, please. So what has the Water Authority done in the past to help reduce our emissions? The Water Authority, through its energy management program, has invested to reduce electricity consumption, thereby providing an investment in saving money on electricity cost over time. As I mentioned earlier, our CAP conducts active and ongoing coordination with our energy program through various measures such as energy conservation opportunities identified in the recent 2020 and the previous 2012 energy audits. In addition, we added 3 hybrid vehicles to our fleet. For the future, the opportunities are similar to those implemented in the past, which include additional solar installation and updating our existing solar with more efficient technology. The future opportunities also include transition of our vehicle fleet to electric, consistent with the state's Advanced Clean Fleets regulations, of which the Water Authority is mandated to follow. So this slide shows the Water Authority's state-aligned greenhouse gas targets and our progress in meeting those targets. The baseline emissions for 2009 are shown in gray, and the state-aligned targets are shown in green for 2020, 2030, and 2045. As shown earlier, the state targets are relative to the baseline with a greater reduction over time. The actual emissions for 2020 are shown in orange, and you can see here that the Water Authority met the 2020 target, in part due to past actions discussed in the prior slide. The projected emissions with existing measures for 2030 and 2045 are shown in orange, and that factors reduction measures associated with existing policies, such as the Renewable Portfolio Standards for energy suppliers. The forecasted emissions in orange can be viewed as the do-nothing approach, since they don't factor any reduction measures implemented by the Water Authority. And as you can see on this slide, the forecasted emissions with existing measures are over the 2030 target and slightly over the 2045 target. The blue bars show the projected emissions with reduction opportunities discussed in the prior slide. And these opportunities would allow the Water Authority to meet and even exceed the 2030 and 2045 targets. And now I'll hand it back over to Jeremy.
Thanks, Anjali. As John and Anjali described, the CEQA Addendum and Climate Action Plan incorporate relatively minor adjustments and recommendations coming out of the master plan. These were previously contemplated, and I do want to be clear that these 2 documents do not introduce any new projects or requirements for the Water Authority. So I think that's really important to understand here. This is an informational item that we're providing today, and we'll be providing these 2 documents as an informational item or as an item in March coming up. Next slide, please. Oh, no, this is the last slide. But before we close, I do want to kind of go over our next steps in the plan for releasing these documents to the board. Over the last 2 years, we've had over 8 workshops with the member agency technical group reviewing the master plan as we have developed that document. In September of last year, we shared that document with the member agency group and representatives and received their comments in November. We're going to be reviewing those comments and going over our corrective actions with the member agency representatives in a meeting with them tomorrow. So our plan is to provide the final 2024 Water Facilities Master Plan, the CEQA Addendum, and the Climate Action Plan update as part of your March board packet, and those items will be brought up for consideration in the March board meeting. So that concludes our presentation, Director Miller.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks for everybody in that presentation. Does anybody have any questions on this presentation? I don't see anybody queued up. Come on, somebody's got to have a really good question.
Come on now.
Or are we asleep? And by the way, if you're a man and you're in the water planning department, you do not have to be bald to get a job. Sitting there next to the podium is our Director of Water Planning, Jeff Stevenson. So just so you know, he's the man. His beard's a little shorter than mine, but he's working on it. All right, coming up next is Efren Lopez, Senior Water Resources Specialist. He'll provide an update on water supply conditions. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller, members of the committee and board. I'm Efren Lopez, and today's presentation will provide you with the water supply conditions update for water year 25. We provide this presentation to the board through what we call the wet part of the year, and it ends around April or May. I'll start the presentation with the review of the first snow survey. On January 2nd, the Department of Water Resources conducted their first snow survey of the water year at Phillips Snow Station. At Phillips Snow Station, 24 inches of snow depth were recorded, and 9 inches of snow water equivalent were within that snow, for 91% of average. During that time, statewide, there was 10.4 inches of snow water equivalent, and it was at about 108% of average. The current snowpack, highlighted here in red, is currently trending at 119% of normal, and it has about 15 inches of snow water equivalent. In general, the Sierra Nevada snowpack starts to accumulate in early December, and it grows until the peak around April 1st. And here you can see the Northern Sierra Precipitation Aid Station Index. Currently, it's tracking at 109% of normal, with nearly 26 inches of precipitation. A series of snowstorms and winter storms impacted Northern California in December, but Southern California has remained mostly dry during this period. For comparison, you can see water year 24 and 23 highlighted here on the graph. Looking at major California reservoir storage conditions, currently they are at about 118% of average. The blue bars represent water in storage, and the yellow part is availability in the reservoirs, and the green line is the historical average. As shown on the map, most reservoirs are near or above their historical averages for this time of year. Lake Oroville is highlighted here on the map, on the graph, and it's currently at 74% of capacity, and it has 128% of its historical average. The Colorado River Basin conditions, precipitation is currently 91% of normal, and the snowpack is at 88% of normal. Lake Mead is 34% full with 8.8 million acre feet, and Powell is 36% full with 8.4 million acre feet. Local precipitation for San Diego County, Lindbergh Field, and Ramona Airport both have reported zero rain for January. And for the water year to date, currently we are at 3% of average for both Ramona and Lindbergh Field. There is a potential for rain on Sunday, so those averages will go up slightly. The Climate Prediction Center monthly outlook for the next 3 to 4 weeks shows equal chances of precipitation for Southern California. As I said, there could be about half an inch of precipitation on Sunday. Atmospheric river activity so far has remained quiet over the West Coast, and the 3-month outlook shows that there's a 40% chance of below average precipitation in San Diego County through April. And the temperature outlook for the next 3 to 4 weeks indicates about a 50% chance above normal temperatures for some parts of Southern California and equal chances for the rest of the state. It is now official that a weak La Nina has developed in December. The blue bars on the graph represent La Nina conditions, and the gray bars represent neutral, and red is El Nino. La Nina is the cool phase of ENSO, which typically brings drier conditions to Southern California, and that's what we've been seeing. NOAA's weather models show that there's about a 59% chance that the current La Nina conditions will last until sometime between February and April, and then there's a 60% chance that we'll move into a neutral state between March and May. And that concludes my update. Thank you.
Thanks, Ephraim, for your report, and you proved my theory that there are people with hair in the department. Anybody got, welcome, Mr. Mark Roback. You have a question. Roback. I'll work on that.
City and the water authority work together on that. I saw the current level on that, at least what's on the line here, is a little bit below 60%. How do they determine the water levels at 7%? the topic, but it is.
Your mic wasn't on, Director Robeck.
But I have a loud voice. Is that, wow, that's even better.
Yeah,
You want me to repeat that?
No, I'll start it, and maybe Jeff or Jeremy, you can talk about the stratified layers of storage that we have there. But essentially, like you alluded to, it's a shared reservoir with the City of San Diego. At least in terms of the water authority supplies, it's infill for the QSA water that we bring down from Metropolitan. But the stratified layers that I'm alluding to has to do with carryover storage, operational storage, and emergency storage, and that's really what determines the reservoir levels. I'd hand it off to our experts over there to give you a little bit more.
No, you nailed it, Dan. And one of the things we're bringing forward in the master plan is a reconsideration of our carryover storage policy in San Vicente. So we have 70,000 acre feet as a minimum target. We have about 20,000 acre feet of emergency storage in San V, and about a little over 20,000 acre feet of operational storage that we are prioritizing and trying to use as quickly as possible.
Just another question regarding that. Is there a lot of evaporation from that particular reservoir? Or, I mean, is it a deep reservoir? I don't know a whole lot about it.
San Vicente is one of the better reservoirs in the region for evaporation. The city, as Dan mentioned, owns that dam, so they're responsible for maintaining and measuring and providing those measurements to the water authority, and then the different pools that Dan alluded to are then determined from that point.
Jeremy, do you recall, is our general assumption about 5% evaporation at San V?
That's close, yeah.
Any other questions? I don't see any hands raised. We have an informational item today, an update on the large landscape direct install project within disadvantaged communities, and that can be found on page 215. As an aside, Metropolitan got a $95 million grant to do turf replacement, so you can look in the future. They'll probably raise the turf replacement dollar per square foot fee, so that's on the horizon. We don't have a closed session today. Do either of my vice chairs have something they'd like to say? Nope. Okay, we're adjourned. How soon?
Formal board in 5 minutes, 2:25.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call the formal Board of Directors meeting to order at 2:28 p.m. Today's meeting is conducted in person with all votes to be taken electronically. The voting panels at your seats will be how you will cast your vote. As we move through our agenda, I will be moderating requests to speak. To request to speak, please press the speaker button at your seat and wait to be recognized. Vice Chair Hilliker, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and announce whether a quorum is present?
Director Acosta.
Here.
Quirem. Katz is absent. Pohl.
Present.
McMillan.
Yes.
Scolzetti.
Present.
Vice Chair Hilliker. Director Yamani. Here. Leahy. Here. Myers.
Present.
Croucher.
Here.
Raback.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Here.
Director Ike is absent. Heidemann.
Here.
Norman. Wall.
Here.
Abdullahi. Here. Buckowitz.
Here.
Fong Sakai. Present. Macedo. Director Madaffer.
This is okay.
Chair Serrano.
Here.
Director Steiner.
Here.
Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn.
Here.
Secretary Lyons.
Here.
Director Freehoff.
Here.
Castaneda.
Here.
Boyd Hodgson.
Here.
Director Arant is absent. Director Miller.
Here.
Ray is absent. Supervisor Desmond is absent. Director Macedo.
Here.
Thank you. And Arant. Thank you. We have a quorum of the board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any proxies?
We have no proxies today.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment. We do have one public speaker in the boardroom today, a former member of this body. Would you please welcome Tom Kennedy to the podium?
Thank you, Chair Serrano, and I must say I like the way you run meetings. Yeah, I came down to visit Sandra and chat a bit, but I thought I'd swing in and talk to you all for a couple minutes. First, I want to congratulate and thank Evan Wall, Director Wall, for stepping up for the small but mighty Rincon del Diablo Water District and serving our ratepayers here at the Water Authority Board. Good luck to you, sir. The second thing, having gone through this cycle, and some of the board members who are newer may not have gone through it before, when we have wet years and then we have dry years and sales go up and our revenues go up, we start to go, wow, we start planning, we're like, ooh, look, we're back, baby, we're back. Just wait a couple of years, it'll be coming back down again. So don't count too many chickens in that basket. But one of the main reasons I came down here is that even though I've been gone from Rainbow for a year and 3 months now, I still get phone calls from farmers about water rates, asking me what's going on. And they're very concerned about PSAR. And I attend a number of the Farm Bureau meetings in Escondido. I see Frank there every now and then. And people there talk about it. And I know that PSAR is coming up, I believe, this calendar year for a review, because I think we did it in 2020. Was that right, Director Arand, when we extended it? So I encourage you to think carefully about that program. Right now, some of those excess water sales you're seeing in the winter months are coming from farmers in Valley Center and Uema and places like that where people are growing and they're using a lot of water right now. And the one thing I know about this agency, as I said in my comments in November, water sales is what you need. You've got lots of supply, you don't have lots of sales. And so you should do whatever you can to buttress that or expand it or even make it simpler for them to get in. The last revisions that we did to PSAR created some hurdles to where we saw a precipitous drop-off of people on the program, and also in the agricultural areas saw a similar reduction in the number of people who were actively farming. That's a big part of our economy here in San Diego County, and I encourage this board to think carefully. I know there were some people who think it's a subsidy to rich farmers. It really isn't. San Diego has 3,000 small farms, and they're mostly small farms, and these are people just trying to get by. So I encourage you to think carefully about PSAR, extend it, and enhance it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. It's always great to have you back in the boardroom.
Did you say this fast?
Item 5, actually, Madam Clerk, are there any further public speakers?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if listening by phone. I see no further speakers.
Thank you very much. Item 5 is additions to the agenda. Do we have any additions to the agenda?
There are no additions.
Thank you. Item 6 is our approval of minutes for the formal Board of Directors meeting of November 21st, 2024, and the special Board of Directors meeting of December 19th, 2024. Let me finish, Mr. Medaffer. I hear a motion by Director Medaffer.
Second.
Second by Director Scalzetti. Madam Clerk, will you please open the roll?
Please vote now. Motion passes at 83.8645%.
I need to abstain from the December 19th board meeting.
Thank you.
And Director Abdullahi as well.
I'm sure.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to our presentations for today. Item 7.1 is the presentation and recognition of the Water Authority's Employee of the First Quarter. I will turn it over to General Manager Dan Denham to make the presentation. General Manager Denham.
Thank you, Chair Serrano. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to announce the Employee of the Quarter at the Water Authority, Katie Zahovich, in our Public Affairs Department. Katie, I know you're really impressed because it's probably the first time I got your name right? Katie, everything that you see on the screens, everything that we do in our fact sheet, everything visually that really comes out of this agency is the reflection of Katie. And so before she has the opportunity to speak to all of you, I wanted to give Mike Lee, the Director of Public Affairs, the opportunity to say some things about Katie.
I appreciate that, Dan. Indeed, I hired Katie 3 years ago, and her title has been our graphic designer, but she really goes way beyond that, and she has refined and remade with a creative touch virtually everything that we do for public consumption here at the Water Authority, from social media to posters for the E&O tour to down to business cards to websites, just everything that we do, she helps make better. And one of my favorite things, probably my single favorite thing that she did, was she put together the 20th anniversary of our history book called To Quench a Thirst. This goes back about a year. I know some directors have this. They've been so popular we've had to order more when they come in. I will make sure that all directors who haven't had a chance to look at this full color retrospective of the Water Authority's 8 decades get a chance to do this, get a chance to have one of these beautiful books. But Katie put this together and really highlighted what you all have done, what our predecessors have done, what staff has done over the years, and I think it's just a great testament to her artistic ability and her skill. I would also want to say, beyond just sort of the job description components, Katie's just a delight to work with. We are a customer service department in public affairs. We support all of the other things that go on, and nobody is able to do that or does that with a better attitude and a customer service mindset than Katie, who literally works with every department in the agency to make their materials shine. And so I hope, Katie, why don't you come join me at the microphone if you don't mind. If you'd like to say a few words, I hope this is just the start of a long career here at the Water Authority, and thank you so much for your service.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Yes, Dan, thank you for the pronunciation. We're making progress here. But really all I do is make the work that all of you do and the team does look good and kind of polish it off. So really couldn't do it without everyone that works here, and it's been a pleasure so far. So thank you, guys.
In case you didn't hear that, she called me out for being a frequent flyer at the Lazy Dog. It's a good place. I mean, corporate partnerships. Okay. Item 7.2 is the presentation of a service award for retired MWD delegate Tim Smith. Director Smith served as an MWD delegate from 2018 to 2024, and I know all of us express our thanks and gratitude to him for the time and commitment involved in serving in this critical position on behalf of the San Diego County Water Authority. Unfortunately, Director Smith could not make it to the meeting today, so we will make sure that he receives his plaque, but we wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Director Roback.
So I wanted to speak. Tim was a board member in our district for quite some time. And I just got to say what he did here at the Water Authority, and we definitely had our differences in some of the things he did here, but by and large, I thought he did just an awesome job, not just for Otay Water District, but for the region. And I know, some of the things I'd listen to the recordings or even, the live stream of the Met meetings in the committee level, and he was down in the weeds asking the tough questions. I mean, he took his job as the finance chair at the Met very, very seriously, to all of our credit. So, I think we're going to miss Tim in a big way. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Fong Sakai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just add to that, there was none of our delegates, all of our delegates work really hard, but most certainly Tim Smith was one of the hardest working. He read every single thing. He went through everything multiple times. He had copious notes, and there was nothing that I could ask him where he didn't know exactly where to find the answer. He spent so much of his time. We had situations where he was out of state on vacation, flew back for board meetings in Los Angeles, and after the meeting, got back on a plane to go back to his vacation. He was extremely dedicated to this organization and did a very, very fine job for all of us. And I certainly will miss my good friend, Tim Smith, being up there with us. So enjoy your retirement, Tim.
Thank you, Director Fong-Sky. Director Miller.
Yeah, I'll ditto that. Tim was a very knowledgeable man. His background in teaching at the university, he could coin a phrase and make everybody understand it. Very analytical, very sharp. Kept the finance, as chair of the finance committee, he kept Met's finance people on their toes to the point of them not really liking him very much. But he was one that was instrumental in getting the rate cuts dropped from 12% to 8.5% last year. And he really championed the Water Authority and was really on top of things. I can't even put into words how much I appreciated the knowledge he brought to our group. And I wish him well in retirement. I wish he was here to accept his award, but truly a great representative for this agency. Whether you personally liked him or not, he was a very talented individual. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Miller. Director Medaffer.
Thank you, Chair Serrano. And I just want to echo what has been said so far about Director Smith. As Lois said, he put his heart into what he did, not only here at the Water Authority, not only on behalf of OTI, but he represents what we need more of at this board, and that is he was a regionalist. He thought about the whole region, and that's really what's so important. And I will tell you, for those of you that think being a Met director is a glorious job, it's not. And I think he got burned out. Because the stuff going on up there right now is just not the greatest. And, he called things as he saw them. He got investigated because he called things as he saw them, because it might have upset another director up there. And at that point, it's just not fun anymore. And we're really sad to see him gone. He was an amazing asset, not only as a senior high-ranking member of the Met Board, but also as a resource here in our region. For both the Water Authority and OTI. He'll be missed. Thank you, Tim Smith.
Thank you, Director Medaffer. Director Croucher.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't say something on behalf of Tim, and I know he'd love to be here, and I have no doubt he's listening right now. So any of the comments that are being said, he's hearing everybody. But it was an honor to be a partner with him. He educated me on a lot of issues, but our team at MWD worked the best that I've ever seen a team work together between the four of you. And I attribute a lot of that to all four of you, not just one of you. But for me, the one thing I learned, not just education from Tim, was staying focused on common sense from an educated perspective for the benefit of all. And so from my 1 cent, Tim, I know you're listening, so thank you very much for your time and effort, and you will be missed.
Thank you all very much. One more round of applause for Director Tim Smith. That brings us to item 8 in the chair's report. Yesterday, the Water Authority announced the new committee leadership and appointments to external regional bodies. I'm proud to report that Chair Emeritus Katz was officially sworn into the Metropolitan Water District Board of Directors this month and has been attending committee and board meetings as our newest delegate. I am pleased to also announce that the award-winning Citizens Water Academy is returning April 9th through 12th with the goal of bringing together a diverse network of emerging leaders and professionals from across the region. In 3 class sessions, participants will learn firsthand about critical water issues affecting the region and go behind the scenes with water planners, managers, engineers, and other staff to gain a deeper understanding of the Water Authority's life-sustaining mission. Water Authority board members are encouraged to nominate community leaders for the Academy. The nomination period closes on February 13 and the application closes February 28. So please make sure to encourage key stakeholders to attend. Nominations may be submitted via the Water Authority website or using the paper form at your seats. Please return those nomination forms to the clerk. On February 13th as well, the Water Authority will host training facilitator Jerry Preciado of 34th Street Consulting for the biannual harassment and discrimination prevention training. The training is scheduled for 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. This 2-hour training is mandatory to meet the requirements of State Assembly Bill 1661 for local agency officials. RSVPs for this are due to the clerk by February 7th. If you have attended this training through your home respective agency, please just provide the clerk's office with your completion certificate. And so that concludes my chair's report. Moving to item 8B, Madam Clerk, will you please report the committee actions from today?
So A&F noted and filed the monthly treasurer's report. Engineering and Operations awarded a contract to Ferguson Pape Baldwin Architects, Inc. for a not-to-exceed amount of $2,466,894, and LPO Imported Water and Water Planning and Environmental Committees had no reportable action. That concludes my report.
Thank you. That will bring us to our consent calendar. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Director Yamani, a second by Director Croucher. Madam Clerk, will you please open the roll?
Please vote now.
Trying to follow the directions. I appreciate it.
Director Castaneda?
Yeah, thanks. I just voted no on both, but I wanted to register a no vote on 9.2.
Director Myers?
And the same, I've voted yes to the consent, but again, no as to 9.2.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes at 86.422%.
Thank you very much. Item 10 is our action, discussion, and information items. 10.1 is the retirement of directors. Today we have the retirement resolutions of 3 board members. So I'd like to acknowledge the service of directors Tim Smith, Craig Elitharp, and Clint Bays. Director Smith represented the Otay Water District from January 2017 through December 2024. During his time on the board, he served as Vice Chair of the Engineering and Operations Committee and Water Planning Committee, and as a member of multiple other committees, including the MWD Litigation Task Force and Board Governance Work Group, and as stated earlier, he served as an MWD delegate. Again, on behalf of the Water Authority Board, we thank Director Smith for his service. Our next retirement is that of Director Craig Elitharp. Director Elitharp represented Vallecillos Water District from December 2020 through January of 2025. During his time on the board, he served as Vice Chair on the Engineering and Operations Committee and as a member on the LPO and Water Planning Committees. He also served as a member on the Colorado River Work Group and as an alternate on the Sandag Regional Planning Committee. On behalf of the board, we also thank Director Elitharp for his service. And finally, Director Clint Bays. Director Bays represented Rincon del Diablo Municipal Water District from January 2023 to January 2025. During his time on the board, he served on the Administrative and Finance, Engineering and Operations, and Water Planning Committees. Thank you, Director Bays. Directors Smith, Elitharp, and Bays were unable to join us today, but we will make sure that they receive their service plaques. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the retirement resolutions. I have a motion by Vice Chair Hilliker and a second by Director Yamani. Madam Clerk, will you please open the roll?
Please vote now. The vote passes at 99.04%.
Thank you very much. I do have the, well, actually, I'll go to that in a second. Director Boyd Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to express my gratitude to my colleague, Craig Elitharp. He is an extraordinary colleague. I value his wisdom both on the board at Vallecitos, and I have big shoes to fill. I'm grateful that he passed the baton to me, and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers in the queue, I do now have the unfortunate duty to announce that actually, Director Miller stole my thunder for this. Thank you, Director Miller, regular TMZ. That this will be the last meeting for Director Quirum, who represents the Carlsbad Municipal Water District. We've been grateful to have you on this board, and so I'd like to turn it over to you now for some comments.
Very much. I can't tell you what an opportunity it's been for me to be able to serve on this board of so many professional, competent, dedicated people that are doing wonderful things. And I will just say, I will miss you all. You've been wonderful. I've learned a lot from each and every one of you. And I know that you will be able to conquer all of these upcoming challenges that you have ahead of you. So thank you very much for your friendship. I'll miss you.
Director Acosta.
Thank you. As you can see from the comments that were just made by Director Quirum, she's a very positive person, and that's one of many great things about her on the professional level. She is so smart, wise, knowledgeable, an excellent manager, great with people, great with numbers. And on the personal level, she's kind, she's positive, she's a role model to me and to many other people. So she will be greatly missed. I'm so sad that today's her last day, but we are very happy that she was able to give time to this board and share some of those great qualities with all of us. So thank you again, Director Quirum, for being here with us.
Thank you very much. I was also just informed that this will also be the last meeting for Director McMillan, who has represented the Helix Water District. Director McMillan, I'd like to turn it over to you for any comments.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just comments as Tom Kennedy's mentioned, water sales are an important thing for us. That's what we do. Helix will be voting on the 5th for Director Hedberg to replace me, and we will be moving forward with that appointment, so she will be down here. She's been here before. I want to say it's always interesting. I've served, I think the first time I was on this board was in 94 or 96 as a Padre rep, and many of the things that happen actually are every 4 or 5 years they seem to come up, and obviously rates are a big thing now. I was reminiscing with Gary Arant, and I said, I thought that I remember $80 as the Water Authority charge, and he admitted it was back in 94, 96 when I was on. So, we've invested a lot. Rates have gone up, but again, we have to watch the affordability, and I do appreciate those that push back on those costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McMillan. Director Arant.
The Water Authority charge was $5 an acre foot in 1980.
Fun fact. Well, we will definitely do the formal retirement next month, but I want to thank you both for your service on the board. It's been great to have you as part of this body, and so thank you for everything. That brings us to item 10.2 and the appointment of new directors. First, we have the appointment of Director Mark Roback, representing Otay Water District, with a term ending January 23rd, 2026. So I'd like to extend a welcome to Director Roback, and I'll turn the floor over to you for any comments.
Oh, very good. I was wondering about that. Oh, okay. So, much appreciated. So, anyhow, as I had mentioned earlier, I've been elected for 24 years to the water districts, four at Potter Dam and 20 at Otay. So, but I have been watching things with the Water Authority here over the years pretty closely. So I'm coming in relatively knowledgeable here. But when we interview any of our customers, we interview our customers all the time, and I'm sure a lot of your agencies do the same thing. And And when you do that, our ratepayers are telling us they want water safely, reliably, and the lowest possible cost. So that's what I'm here all about, is to assure those three things, and that's it. At the end of the day, that's all we need to do. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the appointment of Director Tiffany Boyd Hodgson, representing Vallecillos Water District with a term ending March 13, 2028. I'd like to extend a welcome to Director Boyd Hodgson, and I'll turn the floor over to you for any comments.
Thank you. I've already expressed my gratitude to my colleague, and I look forward to working with all of you, and I know that there is a steep learning curve. I'm not going to pretend that I've been on the board for 24 years and say that I'm here with a lot of knowledge, because I'm not. But I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final new appointment is Director Evan Wall, representing Rincon del Diablo Municipal Water District with a term ending June 20th, 2026. I'd like to extend a welcome to Director Wall, and I'll turn the floor over to you for any comments.
Thank you very much. I know I serve on the board, Rincon board with Tom Kennedy, but I don't talk as much as him, so don't expect a whole speech right now. But I really appreciate being on this board. I hope to make a tremendous impact. I've heard a lot of what you've had to say and agree with a lot of you in this room. So let's work together and make it happen. Thank you.
Director Wall, we're very grateful for that, by the way. We'll move on to item 11 in our reports. 11A is our general manager's report.
Nothing to report.
Thank you very much. General counsel's report.
Nothing to report.
11C is our SANDAG report. Secretary Lyons is out of the room. SANDAG subcommittees, border committee. Director Macedo.
I just wanted to notify the board the border committee's meeting is now going to be the first Thursday of the month moving forward. There hasn't been a meeting in December or January, so I'll have something to report next month.
Great, thank you. Regional Planning Committee, Director Yermani.
Mr. Chair, no report, as we didn't have any meetings yet. Thank you.
Gotcha, thank you very much. Do any board members have AB 1234 compliance reports? Seeing none, we will move then to item 12. Item 12 is closed session. The General Counsel will now take us into closed session.
Thank you, Chair. And we have 3 closed session items today, and we're going to take them out of order. So we're going to take 12B first. We'll discuss it. We'll come back out of closed session. Then we'll go in for our second item. We'll come back out of closed session and go in for our third. So just for your situational awareness. We'll now adjourn into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Item 12B.
If there are members of the public on the Zoom line, please leave now.
We have come out of closed session with nothing to report. We will now go back into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, and I would ask Director Wall to excuse himself, as this will involve a discussion on a claim from Rincon. Emerge from closed session with nothing to report. We will now go back into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, but before we do, I just need to make an announcement. Mr. Vice Chair, this closed session addresses issues that impact certain agencies financially or operationally, which create disqualifying conflict of interest for those board member representatives of those agencies. State law requires board members of a county water authority agency to recuse themselves when the water authority's board is considering litigation in closed session that directly impacts certain board members' member agency. Recusal is essential to ensure compliance with California's conflict of interest laws, attorney-client privilege held by the San Diego County Water Authority Board, and to uphold the integrity of the water authority's decision-making process. Accordingly, the recommendation is that the board proceed with the closed session and exclude the following board members: Chair Serrano, Secretary Lyons, Councilman Whitburn, Director Freehoff, and Director Vespi, to protect and uphold the attorney-client privilege. We have come out of closed session with nothing to report.
Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.